Welcome everyone. Hello, hello guys. Hi Elaynah, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Oh, I am really doing, I have this feeling that we just started the commentary, that it just happened yesterday, but we already have 3 days behind us and today is already our last day of the commentary and we have finals of the Division 2 and 3 winners. So, yeah, this is going to be exciting.
I agree with you. It went by very quickly. I can't believe it's already the last day, but as you said, it's we're going through the finals for Division 2 and 3, I believe, right? So, it's going to be very exciting, and I'm sure the games will be even better today than they have been so far.
Yeah, I mean, remember, like, it was every day we had the games more and more exciting, and I think that's also what
Exactly.
we are going to have today. Maybe before we start with the games, we still have a couple of minutes to maybe go through the information about the tour, what it's about, and the Chessable Masters.
Right, let's do that.
Okay, so here we have the tour format of the event. We have altogether 4 events this year, and the best of the best are going to qualify for the finals and the end of the year, and that's how we'll see the Champions Chess Tour champion this year. Um, then we have, of course, the prize fund altogether 1,700,000 US dollars, $3,000 per tournament, and in the finals there will be $500,000 prize fund. And here is a tour schedule. We have just now event one, which is the Chessable Masters. The next events were going to be in May, July, and September, and all the finals of this year's Champions Chess Tour are going to happen in December. That there we're going to know who is going to be the Champions Chess Tour champion of 2024. And here is the tournament format, a little bit maybe sometimes difficult to follow what is happening, but currently we're having this double elimination matches in the winners brackets, and in the loser bracket there are 2 games. So the point is that basically we came today to the day one before the grand final, where we will have finals of the winners brackets, and we will have quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of the loser brackets. What does it mean? It means that tomorrow the winner of the winner brackets and the winner of the loser brackets are going to fight against each other. And well, here is the schedule of the event. We're having today the last day for our commentary, our coverage with Elaynah. Tomorrow is going to be grand final on the basically all together Division 1, 2, and 3. And yeah, that's actually all from the information. And maybe Elaynah, you could share with us who is playing today in the Division 2
Yeah, of
finals
course.
and losers
So,
brackets.
all right. So today for Division 2, we have the or finals going on, and it's going to be Vincent Keimer versus Levon Aronian.
Exactly, a very big
And then
matchup.
yes.
Yes. I mean, yesterday they
So,
played amazing chess. Remember so many nice
mhm.
victories, and yeah, and basically anyone who is like losing from this too is not going to be eliminated, but he's going down to the loser brackets. And here you can see the loser brackets. We're going to have right now starting with at the same time obviously quarterfinals. We will have there Benjamin Bok, who lost yesterday. He will play Anish Giri, and Vladislav Artemiev, who also lost yesterday. He will play against Yu Yang Yi, and then someone is going to be eliminated out of them. They will play semifinals, and then they're going to face someone from Vincent Keimer against Levon Aronian match. So someone is still going to have another chance, to fight for that winner spot of the Division 2. Maybe we'll check
Yeah.
the Division 3.
Absolutely. So for Division 3, today we'll be covering the winners final, losers quarterfinals, plus the semifinal and the final.
Yeah,
Now for the winners final, we have Alexei Serrano versus Alexander Grischuk
mm-hmm.
playing today.
Yeah,
And
and also,
then
yeah, like for losers, there's
we
going to be
still
also a lot of fun. Uh, Basically,
yes.
anyone who is losing from the match Sarana against Grishuk is going again down to the losers brackets. And in the quarterfinals of the loser brackets, we're having Safar Lee against Bardia Daneshwar and David Paranyan against Alexander Bortnik. So yeah, and then they're going to face someone who will lose the match, Alexei Sarana against Alexander Grishuk, and that's how we're going to see who is going to play tomorrow in the grand final. I think we're going to see many exciting games, and maybe we're ready to jump into the Division 2, the first match, Kaimer against Aronian. What do we see on the board, Elaynah? What is this happening?
Yes, so let's look through this.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We
we're
can go
obviously
back
still in
like
the
move by
opening
move
here.
just to see what's
Yes.
happening.
So queen's pawn opening with d4. And then we have that pawn on c4, taking some control of d5 as well, not allowing that d5 push too easily. And fianchettoed bishop, okay. So far the position is looking okay. There's a potential push with the pawn to d5 here as well, taking up some more space. But I think the one drawback of that is the fianchetto bishop might be a little bit restrained with that pawn on d5. However, it would give white space here. But yeah, so far it's looking quite equal. Not too much going on just yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at this point, actually, I would myself maybe even play this d5, even though it's blocking this bishop. But on the other hand, this bishop is also getting blocked, and the pawns are not being traded. And white gained more space, but we see that Kaimer decides to castle. He's keeping the pressure here on e5, e4, as Elaynah said, not yet blocking his bishop, letting it live normal life, and potentially, creating some problems on the queen side. That can also happen. And trade happened on d4 currently. Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah,
looks like white, of course, has more space because of the pawns. Yeah, Elaynah said it very nicely, controlling the central, the center of the board. But I think also black has their own advantages. Probably the fast development. We can see that black is already developed fully. I mean, only need to bring some rooks on the e file. White still have to think where to put the bishop if they want to play fianchetto or develop it on g5. That's a question for white. And he goes for g5.
d5, fair enough.
But I want to
Okay.
remind actually everyone, Elaynah, remember in I think one of the first days, you told me that you developed the bishop on e3 only when h3 played.
Yes, we discussed that, especially with the knight being on f6 in this situation, because the knight can always jump on g4, and then you have this unpleasant attack on your bishop, and it's not so easy just to, move your bishop away as well. Especially considering in some positions the bishop doesn't have too many squares to go to that are that good. So it would be a shame if you have to, move it away from square that you placed it on purposefully, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, it's important to consider h3 oftentimes when you put your bishop on e3.
That's why he played in this position. We were discussing where to develop the bishop. We were thinking, okay, fianchetto or bishop g5, and he first plays h3. This very important prophylactical move, taking care of the knight g4 or bishop g4 potential jumps. And after h6, develop the bishops on g5, creating this a little bit annoying pin, and that's why Arnan plays h6. We can say it's some kind of provocation, but so far, no real weaknesses are there for white or black. And now bishop goes back to e3 without any threats, knight jumping to g4. That's very good. And rook b8, very interesting idea. That's very typical, when we have the fianchetto bishop looking there at the rook. Rook wants to go and try to create some breakthrough on the queen side.
Yeah, and just looking at this position currently, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe a4 is possible here, not allowing b5 too easily. Also, queen to d2 here, always going for that trade of bishops, just because, bishop on g7 is a really good bishop.
And queen d2 was
So,
played. Queen d2
well,
was
there you
played.
go. Very sound move, right? It is very
Yeah.
logical.
Attacking h6, so king has to protect, and now rook ac1. So Keimer says, I'm not afraid of this b5 push. For now, maybe it's not even a big problem because then c file is getting open. There are getting some problem on c7. That's why knight e7 preparing against all of these attacks. And actually, wow, g4 was played by Keimer. Maybe he wants to create our famous hook here on g5. What do you think?
It's very possible with that knight on f6 here.
Yeah.
So black has to be quite careful here. What do you think that the move black should make here is to stop g5?
Had just been made very quickly. We almost didn't see b5 and b3 was played. Of course, b3 logical protect the pawn. You don't want to take it immediately, but you just want to keep the tension. But yeah, I mean, g5 is for sure in the air. And, one of the ways how black can stop it or how black can do something about it is it's a moment to play h5. Because, if g5 is being played, we would like to remove the knight. We don't really want to trade, so it would really good to have like this pawn on h5. So after h5, g5, and then knight can jump somewhere back, and we can see that the pawn structure will be closed and not real problems for black. Okay, so many moves being played here right now. b4 closing, and now
Yes.
d5.
And then d5. Now, for our newer players, when it comes to pawn tension, there's always three options with pawns, right? You can always push up, usually taking space, or you can take opening up the position oftentimes, or just ignore it and keep the pawn tension or allow your opponent to make the move, right? Like earlier we saw, I believe it was black that, or white allowed black to just take the pawn rather than focusing on itself. White decided castle in this position and just keep the pawn tension, ignore it, and allow black to make the move.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was very like good move from black because they're also taking some space in the center, and you don't really want to take on d5 because then knight will jump, sorry, to the d5 square, and the d4 pawn will be isolated. So that's why white is also waiting in this position and trying to see what black wants to do. A little bit ugly move, bishop c6. What do you think about it?
So bishop c6.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess there's always the threat of taking and then those two the bishop being exposed, but right now the rook is also covering c1, or sorry, the c file overall, so it wouldn't be the best for black in this position. However, I think that white can always push up that pawn as well and just block that bishop completely. And then that bishop is not as useful on c6 here.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
that's what I'm seeing instantly.
maybe first we might say, okay, bishop on c6 looks actually, I mean, that was my first impression. Bishop on 6 looks a little bit ugly, but actually this threat, what Elaynah said, this was very annoying because this bishop is actually bad piece if we see it on d7. But yeah, here, for example, bishop was looking at g4, no real opportunities to develop, and this bishop is of course a very good piece on g2. Black would like to exchange it, so that's why this bishop c6 was played. And very interesting, f3, imprisoning his own bishop on g2 for a time being. Of course, it's all temporarily. But very interesting decision, right? He doesn't want to trade this knight. White says your knight on c6 is not good, but your bishop on c6 is not good, but my bishop on g2 is potentially a very good piece.
Yeah, absolutely. And perhaps white here does not want to push that pawn up as well. They might have other plans, right? Because I think that with the pawn on d5, unless white nor black takes here, it doesn't really, the tension just will, I guess like the tension will just continue overall, is what I'm seeing. So I think that the move f3 is quite smart, just in case that pawn is taken, it doesn't allow that bishop trade. So yeah, it's quite clever, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it's very clever. And also that you're saying about pushing this pawn, whenever you're pushing or taking, it's so committing and you cannot move that basically pawn back. It would be really nice if I can play c5 and then at some moment if I want to push the pawn back, but the pawns don't go back. And many times in my own games, I forget about it. I push some pawns, I think I gain more space on the queen side, but actually it's going to be a mistake. In this case, you don't really know where the pawn belongs, so that's why he's keeping it there. Because as we can see, if c5 would be played, the only side who can play for something on the queen side would be black. Because then there would be this potential a5, a4 break possible. For white, there is going to be really nothing possible. Okay, a3 is possible, but just because the pawns of the blacks are so advanced and b3 is potentially weak, it's not going to be really opening up the files in the favor of white. So I think it is really smart to keep attention here, potentially having this open semi-open file for the work on c1. And knight d7. Probably going away from the hook.
Yeah, most likely, because that could always be played, right? Just g5.
Yeah, because when knight was on f6, g5 looked so annoying, right? It could be happen anytime. I can understand why he played this, but don't you think the black looks a little bit more passive with all the knights on the seventh rank?
Yeah, I was going to say the knights on the seventh rank look very defensive. They're not really attacking in any sort of way. So right now, white has more of the space here, and more initiative, I would say, for that reason as well. Just because the lack of space for black is kind of quite a weakness. I mean, right now, white is controlling e5 and c5 as well. And if they decided to push that pawn, if it made sense, right? That pawn be on the fifth rank, so in black's territory at this point, so even less space for them. Plus, the nice thing about the move f3 also, it does control e4. It doesn't really allow a jump of a knight there, which is quite nice.
I'm just looking at this black's knight, and I don't see really too many squares for them. Knight cannot jump to f5. I mean, basically, this is the only move. This is the only move for this knight, or back on f6. Yeah, very passive pieces, and that's why I think it's time for white to try to consolidate the pieces and try to create some kind of attack, show why actually his position is slightly better because of this advantage. But a few moves ago, there has been a5 played, and also white has to make sure this a4 will not really work in the next moves, because it's also really annoying, opening this a file, bringing the rook there on a3, attacking the pawn on b3. But of course, for now, the pawn is attacked on b4. It's not possible right now, but potentially it's an idea. Knight e5, wow. That's what you were talking about, right, earlier, that knight can jump to e5.
Yeah, exactly. And I doubt that black would want to trade off their bishop for that knight, even though a knight is placed very well. But because they did invest quite a bit in that bishop in a way too. And then you'd have that hole on that diagonal as well. So again, not too ideal. However, that knight is very powerful because again, there is, that pawn on f7 hanging, the bishop, trading off that light square bishop for the knight is very nice for white as well, because they're the only ones with the light square bishop, a powerful one at that too, right? So it's quite nice.
And also, once the bishop is straight on c6, and f4 can be played, obviously, these two bishops are going to be so active because the center is almost open. I mean, we have only one pawn in the center. Ah, wow, c3 intermediate move. Wow,
Okay.
wait. There are two moves. Knight takes here or queen takes c3. Because queen takes c3, pawn takes, we're taking the queen. Maybe the best is to take the pawn, actually. I think it's a nice move. What do you think? Queen c3 and then to take the other queen. He takes first.
I was thinking what you were thinking too. I don't like pawn d2 too much. It's a little bit scary, but I guess at the same time it can be stopped pretty easily. So considering there are no pieces to defend that pawn at all, black's pieces are all in the 8th and 7th rank in this situation. So it's
Yeah, I
Not
completely
too
agree
bad.
with you. I'm afraid of this pawn slightly. Of course, we can probably take it fast, but I don't know. Maybe black can try to protect it in some way. But actually, I don't see. I mean, h5, bishop h6, it doesn't work. So yeah, rook d1 and rook d2 is a threat. For some reason, the evaluation bar likes black position more here. Even though
Yes,
we
this
have
is
those
very
two bishops, but
interesting.
they're closed for now. Okay, maybe the idea is a rook d2 and there is some c5.
Mm.
You know, c5, using the fact that the rook is not protected on d2, attacking the pawn on d4 for the, which time? Fourth time. And I don't see that white can defend. Maybe knight to e2 could be played to protect the pawn, but...
Yes, and there is a slight issue with, once again, white's bishops. They're just covered. They're not covering, I mean, the light square bishop right now is just not covering anything. Of course, once that pawn is moved up, that'll change, but with the knight on e6 right now, you can't easily push f4 without losing your pawn, so...
Yeah, knight to e2 is the only move to protect the pawn. But suddenly, you know, somehow black is in charge here, attacking the pawn. There is knight c6, actually attacking one more time. This pawn on... okay, sorry, knight c6 doesn't work because of d5. That's also
Yeah.
important not to miss. But yeah, these two bishops, it's great to have, you know, bishop pair, as we were saying. When you have open position, bishop pair are really great. This is semi-open position. I mean, if f4 could have been played, you know, earlier in some way, and then bishop would work really nicely on these diagonals and potentially attack the king. But currently d4 is a weakness, and that's...
Yeah. And I wonder if taking the pawn earlier was the right move for white here. I think that maybe then those rooks wouldn't be so
You mean
misplaced, at least the d2 rook.
women here, yes?
Yeah, here queen takes, right? And then knight takes afterwards.
Yeah, so takes, knight
It's a little bit more
takes,
clean.
has to take, and now rook c3, right? Or... okay, computer is saying... yeah, it's around equal. You see we have a relation bar here. Basically, if takes on d4, there is c7 pawn hanging.
Exactly.
It was a mistake according to computer, and also this queen c3 probably, I don't know if it was missed or not, but f4 was played just now, and apparently rook d7 was a miss. There was something there, I don't know what. Okay, we can ask computer always. Computer saying take that pawn, cd, just simply take that pawn and enjoy your life. But okay, rook d7 looks logical. It's not like changing much the evaluation, I would say. Still better for black because rooks are so powerful on the d5, right? Creating so much pressure.
Right, that d pawn is really struggling right now. And I'm wondering what Keimer can do here. And he has 13 seconds on the clock, so it's not looking too good for him, whereas Aronian has 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Oh, 5 seconds.
It's a very
You're
complicated
right.
position.
You're right.
Very complicated. It's not...
d5.
Okay,
Trying to
decided
save the
to push
pawn.
here.
Okay. This one is also a weakness. Now it's attacked, so... wow, f5, intermediate move.
Oh, very nice.
Rook to c5. Now this knight is under attack, so most likely something like knight takes e2 is a move because it's taking with a check. Knight e2, rook e2. And then... yeah, well, it's the only move because this knight is hanging... yeah, knight e2 is the only move. And takes, yes, and now... ooh, knight f4. This bishop, which white was so, you know, trying to value and take care of for a long time, for the whole game, playing f3 and so on, but now that just has to give it up. Rook d1 is always interesting intermezzo. I see a check, I make a check, right?
Right. Oh, there you go. Rook d1.
And rook d2 can also be played. Okay, now knight is actually hanging. But okay, knight g2, rook d2.
You know, Black has extra time here, and he is making extra sure. You know, he makes the right move or the perfect move here.
That's very important. That's very important
Yeah, even
indeed.
though knight takes g2 seems like a great move, I guess. You know, if you have that extra time when your opponent has 4
Yeah.
seconds, you might as well use it.
You know, I had so many, games when like either I or my opponent, for example, if I had less time, or like these 5-10 seconds, my opponent will start playing faster. And then with the fast moves, he's making more and more blunder. And then suddenly, somehow I'm better already. And okay, it was a draw at the end, but my opponent was winning. He could have just spent some time, just focus on the next moves and not just jump with the move. So yeah, that's very, very important and smart what Aronian is doing here, currently spending his time, and he's now down a minute, but he still has a lot of time compared to Vincent. And knight d3.
Wow, so he
Another
decided
fork.
not to take the bishop there. He must have found something better. Okay, so
But okay, he wanted to
going
take
after the
this
dark
bishop.
square.
He wanted to take the other
Okay,
bishop, so that's what's the point.
interesting.
I'm not
You know,
sure
both
if,
bishops are quite good, though.
yeah,
The light square and the dark square.
I'm not
But
sure
I'm
if
sure.
he like wanted to, have the opposite color bishop.
Yes, maybe trying to go for a draw here,
But I think the black is one
possibly.
who is can try for something, but maybe he doesn't think so. At this moment, like rook e7 is very, I think,
Yes.
annoying move. Maybe rook d7 could be played. Or bishop c5, very nice. Yeah, protecting. Computer doesn't like Vincent's position, but now also Levon is down to 15 seconds, so this is going to help Vincent in some way. Maybe some blunders from the black, but okay, rook d2. Wait, there is a check. Okay. And now maybe rook d2.
And then rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2. Check, check.
uh, is okay. Takes.
Okay, this... Okay, once we had 2 rooks, it was a little bit dangerous. I thought it might be something, but now with 1 rook, I think it is getting... Oh, this pawn. What about this pawn? Okay. Okay, he cannot trade because it is going to be draw. Okay, he's trading. Maybe... No, but I think it looked... No, there is nothing there. It's a draw. It's a draw.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's a draw. It's going to be a draw. I mean, it's computer says like black is okay. Maybe I saw that king f4 and king g5 could be a move here.
A lot of misses here.
But yeah, now c5, very nice move, and bishop takes here and bishop e6. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it's a draw. They're going to agree to a draw or play till the last. Yeah. Okay, no one is going to... Oh, I just actually didn't realize, but currently Vincent has 23 seconds, so he was playing so long with a low time, and he actually managed to,
Yeah.
he
And
managed
with more
to
time.
gain so much time. They're having, by the way, the time control is 10 minutes plus 2 seconds. So the first game of the winners finals is ended in a draw. Very interesting game. First, white was better than black. Let's jump to the winners of the... already game finished. Okay, I want to say that maybe we'll see some
Alexei
action here.
Sarana beat Grischuk.
Yeah, this is a winners finals in the Division 3. So maybe let's just quickly see what happened here, because it's interesting how he managed to win this. Okay, first what happened is this, this a5 trading that nice bishop, because bishop on c8 was no good and bishop on d3 was so nice. And well, somehow he started keeping like rolling. Yeah. Wow, b4. And if I'm
Okay,
not
got his rook
mistaken,
to the
Grishuk
second.
has played so many draws recently, so maybe he was just relaxed. He thought he'll play another draw, another four
Mhm.
draws, and after that he's going to have this Armageddon game. This is not the first time for him.
Yeah, rook b2 is possible, and that's what's played, and that it must be so difficult for white
Yeah,
to have those both black rooks on the second rank. And we know how dangerous your opponent's rooks being on your second or seventh rank is. It's not the easiest thing to defend against either. They work so well together to just, you know, eat up anything in sight. That's how I would want to put it.
absolutely. And the
Plus
queen,
attacking the king.
yeah, and queen is entering to a3. This is like
Yeah. Yeah, this
everyone.
position is yeah, it's already so scary just because black has or Serrano has his major pieces in Grishik's just territory overall, so it's not easy.
Yeah, now queen's being traded, and yeah, with this extra pawn, it's pretty tough because it's a protracted passer, and any endgame is good with it, and he's immediately actually pushing it. Okay, maybe there was still some chance to protect. No, no, there was no chances at all. And yeah, Grishuk resigned at this moment. So yeah, maybe I don't know if there is the next game ongoing, so we could jump there immediately. 1 second. Okay. I don't really see for now. Wait. Ah, here. Yes. Okay, sorry, they already started. Okay, maybe I'll follow this game for some time, and then we go back to the Division 2, because this is also finals of the Division 3, so yeah, let's see what happened from the beginning. Okay, we have this Slav, and he's taking the pawn, trying to maybe win it for some time, but okay, usually he gives it up. And bishop g2. Okay, so this is the current position. White decided not to take that pawn with a bishop, but to develop bishop on g2, which is also a possibility, and to basically say knight can take this pawn anyway at some moment, so we don't have to take care about it with our bishop from f1. And Grishuk is taking time. Do you know that actually Grishuk is famous for taking a lot of time, also when he's playing
Really?
classical games?
Because I take a lot of time. So I believe somebody was telling me about Grishuk. I believe it was him. They were telling me about a GM who takes a lot of time in his games because I used to flag a lot when I first started, and I still do sometimes. And I actually flagged in a classical tournament, my second tournament in 90-30 time, format. So it was really interesting. But yeah, so you know what? Relatable, I get it.
Yeah, so that's kind of a specialty. So that's why he's so down so much on time, and he's also doing it in the OTB, in the class, like in the I believe in the candidates. It was I was following 2018, I think, and he was also very low on time, and that's why of course he loses many games, because being for a long period so low on time, it's not good for the game. I didn't remember the previous game we just watched if there was any issues with the time, but I assume there was issue. And yeah. Okay, knight b6 is trying to say that he wants to trade the knight. I don't know. What is he trying to do here? I guess black should try to play for for a win, because somehow trying to attack, because this is the second game. Sorry, no, yes, this is the second game. There are going to be 4 games overall, and knowing the fact that so many draws has been played by this player, it's going to be tough, to leave everything for the last game to win it all. So yeah.
Yeah, so what do you think about this position overall so far?
When knight is only knight is only 5, very nice square. Okay, we have this very nice bishop with white, but it's looking at the pawn on c6, and we can say that bishop on b4 is kind of nice because there is no rook e1, because there is still going to be the spin. It can take always this knight, but for now it's not really the best piece, because knight doesn't have too many squares. I think that one of the main ideas could be to play at some moment something like e4 to gain more space. Question is what to do with this bishop. Computer is saying it's around equal. Yeah, it's like completely normal position.
Yeah. I guess bishop to g5 is possible, or even bishop to f4. Although bishop f4, knight h5 potentially. But I question how much that bishop can do there, or maybe even bishop to after e3. But e3 feels a little bit passive. I was thinking bishop to d2. However, I'm not quite sure. Although I don't like Black's or Grishik's bishop on b4 because it can't be challenged by a pawn here, so it can really just sit there for a long while, unless there's another piece that can challenge it, like knight to a2. But then the knight going there, the bishop moves, and then I'm not quite sure what comes out of that, I guess.
Yeah, so this was the decision. This bishop g5, what you offered first, to trade that bishop. Maybe Sarana thought, okay, the bishop is not so good. I would like to trade for a knight. Currently, Black has this two pair bishop advantage, but the point is that they're not really that good for now. Like, okay, the knight on b4 is annoying, but knight on h7, bishop on h7 is okay. It's either going to play later, or maybe after f3 it will have some big issues. Because bishop would like to have space. Bishop needs diagonals, and that's not the best and the happiest bishop in the world for now. So yeah. And knight a2 very nicely attacking that bishop,
yeah,
right?
Sarana did end up playing knight to a2, attacking that bishop, which I personally like. I don't like a bishop that's on an outpost, such as like that. It's not pleasant, especially in the long run if it can sit there. So personally for me, I would want to trade off that bishop for the knight.
Yeah, for sure. This is very very important to challenge the opponent's no active pieces. Okay, chat was like also asking, and maybe just interesting facts to mention about this match, that okay, both players are coming from Russia. So we have Sarana, he's coming from Russia, but he has Serbian flag. So he changed the federation, but we have Grishuk, who stayed in Russia. He still has Russian flag. So that's why the flag is not shown there, just as a reminder, everyone. So that's where there were questions because of the absence of the flag for Grishuk. So yeah. And, chess.com has this policy: if you have Russian or Belarus flag, because of the war in Ukraine, these flags are being removed. So you're not allowed to play under Russian flag. So that's kind of the point. I think actually Sarana won the last year. Blitz. Wait, was it Blitz or Rapid? European. I don't want to say wrong information, but Blitz or Rapid, because it was happening at the same time. Both tournaments were happening at the same time, and doesn't matter if he has Russian passport or not. He's representing Serbia now, and I was there, and Serbian hymn was played, and yeah, so he said that he's like a Serbian player, so no one even said a single word about Russia.
What flags are Russian players allowed to use? I don't believe they use any flag. I believe that it's just grayed out, such as it is right now with
yeah, exactly. Yes, that's the point.
Yeah. Imagine you just get a random flag that you can use instead of the Russian flag.
But okay, if you have your account on chess.com, you can always change anything. And some of my viewers, or not some, but many, sometimes they just change the flag to Ukrainian, even though they don't come from Ukraine, but they just put Ukrainian flag for like just as as a sign of support and everything. But of course, this is like an official event, and they're taking obviously the flags of the federation the players are representing, so it's not possible to change anything here. Okay, knight was challenged from e5. Yeah, knight d7, and now knight jumps back to c4 and e5. Challenging the
What do we
center
think
of
of
white.
d5 here?
Yeah,
d5,
I like e5. I like
CD5.
e5 from black.
Yeah, so let's see.
I mean, you don't really
See,
want to take. That's what you
no,
don't want to do, because there is knight takes and rook opens, right?
exactly. Um, and I see the option of pushing to d5 here.
Yeah, that's
So
possible for sure. The only problem, now is that after e5, we can see that this bishop is getting closer. So not only this bishop is close from h7, but also the bishop of white. So this kind of is a problem, I would say. And I mean, big decision what to do in this position. Okay, the players have around the same time, 4 or 5 minutes. And queen b3 was played, allowing the stake. But then maybe e5 is a move. I don't know. Or queen b4 taking this pawn.
okay, yeah, queen b4 and challenging that b7 pawn potentially. But yeah, black's e pawn taking that d4 pawn though. I do think that it's a little bit scary. Personally. It's once again already on the fourth rank then, and white will have to be very careful that it can't get too far, because then all of that tension and I guess strategy will go towards just promoting that pawn. So let's see.
I don't even know what exactly currently like to play for black, because e5 was a very nice move, but okay, do you really want to take? I mean, like, I don't think you want to take, because there are potentially e5 moves, as Elaynah said, queen b4 challenging b8, b7 pawn, maybe c5 at some moment could be an idea, but and he takes actually.
Well, yeah, c5 just defending d4. I mean, it's not bad, but of course c5 is weak then. So once again, that can become an area of focus. But yeah, I don't know. I think that putting a rook behind that d pawn as well, not too bad of an idea in perhaps a few moves. But of course, as you mentioned, also e5 here, and then we have to question where is Gristrik's queen going to go, because then of course knight to c6 or d6 is also possible, and it's a very nice outpost there for
okay, for now it's
for
like
white.
not really much possible because there is take, but potentially it could be a move. So knight has to take care that e5 is protected. So that's why it's not so easy for black to move right now. This knight on d7, you would like to move it away, because then rook would join this file, but actually knight cannot jump away. It covers so many important squares, and pawn on b7 is hanging. Rishuk is getting lower and lower in time, 2 minutes and 30 seconds currently. It's not a good news, because I feel like even though computer is saying it's just slightly better for white, or like around equal, I would say it's a huge position for white because of the weaknesses. D4 could also potentially be a weakness. It's not really a like passer. We have so many pieces to stop the pawn. And if we compare also the bishops and the knights, like minor pieces, if we compare them, I for sure prefer the knight on c4 and bishop on g2, because there is still some future. I still can see that there is a pawn push happening some time, and there is some future, or bishop can go out. But this bishop on h7 is just attacking that pawn on e4, and otherwise it's doing nothing.
Okay,
Rook
yeah,
is
I'm thinking of ways that black could push that pawn, but as you mentioned, it's not the easiest thing just because of how many pieces there are to defend against it. But I think rook to e1 is a sound move. I mean, we have to defend that, e4 pawn. It is under attack, and then perhaps something like rook to d1 as well is not too bad here. Just
Yeah,
to
now
neutral those
currently
center
the pawn
files.
on a5 is protected by the knight. We don't need to guard it with the
Mhm.
rook. We can just move it to d1, putting pressure on this pawn. There is a c5 in the air for black, attacking and defending, but it gives up the b5 square. I don't know if black wants to give it up so easily. f6, okay, but now maybe. Ah, okay, f4. I thought maybe now there could be some e5, but first f4.
Okay, moving the king away to h8, smart. You don't want that, queen and king potential pin going on there. Because I do think that if I saw that position, I'd be like, how can I pin that, queen to the king, especially with the light square bishop still being available?
And also another, point of this move is that bishop can come out to g8, so he wants to revive that bishop, to bring it back to life. And e5 now is played. I think very, very nice move from white, opening the files, saying it's time to create an attack. All pieces are ready to go all in for a very nice attack here in the center. This d pawn is still at some moment can be annoying when it's pushed on d3 and protected by the bishop, but I think white can take care of it.
Yeah, and it seems like white is creating the bigger attack here, so d3 seems a little too slow at this point.
Wait, why is bishop g8 so bad? Wait a second. Takes? Sorry, takes here, but no, then queen takes. It's saying it's very bad, and we see that evaluation bar says that it's actually like so good that it's winning for white. What is the move here?
Well, after e5 was played, that bishop did become very strong. It was covering the whole diagonal, all the way to b1 from h7.
And rook d1 miss. I mean, something was there. Maybe just quickly go till the players are not, playing with the last seconds. Okay, bishop b8. What was the move here? Oh, wow. There is apparently some f5. Bishop was indeed covering this diagonal and the square on f5. f5 idea. Queen takes f5. And then what? e6. Oh,
Yeah, and then now
wait.
that pawn is quite the issue.
Aha, so the point is, oh my god, this is so tough to see, because bishop can take on e6. What do we play now, Elaynah? Can you find this move?
I didn't even see that. Bishop takes e6. Well, now I'm thinking if it makes sense to attack that queen with the
Yeah, I also thought for first to
bishop.
attack the queen with a knight or with the bishop,
Yeah,
but
well,
actually,
knight d6 or bishop, yeah, but
but it's not that move. I unfortunately, I mean, I already see the the computer, so I cannot find this move, but it's a very nice one. Maybe you can try to find.
okay. I will try to find it. I just don't know how this is gonna go, but let's see.
But it's not bishop and not knight.
Not bishop, not knight. So we got our queens and we got our rooks. I'm thinking like, what if there's some sort of rook sacrifice the bishop, but I don't. That seems a little too far-fetched. So I don't know quite much about that. But let's see.
Okay, rook e6. This bishop was not such a good piece. We don't want to sacrifice it for the rook. There is no
Right,
tactic
exactly.
there.
So no tactic.
I mean, it's kind of
well,
tactic, but not sacrifice.
but no sacrifice. Interesting. My eyes are not currently seeing it. I'm looking. I don't
Because
know
it's
if
very
there's...
difficult move to see. I mean, I also was shocked.
So very difficult move to see. Okay.
It's with a queen.
It was with a queen. Okay, so what could it potentially be with the queen? Is it just queen to d6?
Almost. It's queen to e7. attacking the rook and the
Oh,
bishop.
and the bishop.
I mean, like,
Wow.
going there with a queen, it's not the it's not the first move you're looking at. It's like probably the last one, and especially with this line, it's so tough, and that's why actually, that's why White missed this move. I mean, I also missed it
Wow.
when I was looking. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What do we play here? Like, how do we win this? Queen e7
Yeah, that
attacking
is
the rook and the bishop.
that's so rough. Yeah, I was thinking I saw like attacking a bishop, but I'm like, can't they just move that away? But not the rook and the bishop.
Okay,
That's
let's
quite
jump
nice,
to
but no,
the current
that's really
position because so
difficult.
many moves have been
Okay.
played. That was a mistake, but
Okay.
we can still see that White is trying to push that pawn, but d3 is also dangerous. Winning a pawn on c5 takes. Okay, we have rook and knight endgame, and of course only White can play for a win here.
Okay, yes, and white has two passers on the queen side here.
And protected passers are the most dangerous ones.
Yes,
This was actually
exactly.
very
So,
nice. King f6, check. King has to go back because if king goes forward, there is knight f3 fork. So king f7, and now Serrano takes time. Remember we just looked at the game Keimer against Aronian, and when Keimer had 5 seconds on the clock, Aronian had like 1.5 minutes, and he was taking time. And the most difficult part here is that you have to always be ready to play your move. Your opponent plays your move, you have just 5 seconds on the clock, you have to play instantly. You have to be always
yes,
ready.
you have to be confident with whatever move you make because there's not a lot of options.
Exactly.
And
So,
you're just pushing b4.
yeah, this pawn
Okay.
is catching up with, and it looks crushing.
Yes, and maybe rook b7 check here, and then just b5 would not have been too bad.
Oh, he
Um,
sacrificed a knight. He's
oh
saying,
wow, okay.
so black is saying, we're going to have rook and knight against the rook because I will be able to trade this two pawns for this one. Okay, there is a big
So,
chance for that to happen.
oh, when it comes to the rook and knight versus the rook, how difficult is it to win
Theoretically,
with a
it's
knight
not
and rook?
possible to win. So theoretically,
It's not with the rook and knight versus the rook? Why is that? Why is it not possible?
because there is a way to protect. So basically, um, you have to protect it. There is the same like with the rook and the bishop against the rook. It's theoretically it's a draw, but it's pretty difficult, and that's why grandmasters are playing still this. Many times, in Title Tuesday, I can see that so many like players are still keep on playing the position, which is actually like it's a draw, but they keep on playing it because they know that there is still a chance for a mistake. So basically, when the rook and the knight are and versus the rook are on the board, there is always some checkmate threat, and black just simply has to protect it. It's actually the same like the knight versus the rook and the bishop versus the rook. It's still a draw theoretically, but people are still playing it because practically you can do mistakes, and that's the most
Right, it's not
difficult part.
easy.
And this is actually tough now for White because White repeated quite a few times. Uh, there is simply White should try to find a way how to get away this king and the knight from this pin of the rook, and I mean I guess could be something like rook d6 and rook d4. I don't know. Wait, what? Ah, knight is coming to e5. Okay, he missed somehow that or what? Or no, or he won on time. Wait, he won on time.
Oh no.
Oh, that's what we were talking about all the time. The time.
The
Time.
time.
We're immediately jumping to our finalists of the winner brackets, and we see that Vincent Keimer managed to win with the black
Wow.
pieces. Incredible,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, that's amazing. So 1.5 points for Keimer so far and a 0.5 for Aronian. So that's one win and a draw, right?
Yeah,
So
exactly. Two more
yeah.
games to go. Two more games to go.
Yeah, and both these players are also very interesting. I know that
Oops,
Keimer,
sorry.
he reached GM at the age of 14, and Aronian,
Yes.
got the title GM at 17. That's amazing.
And yeah, but yeah, from them both, of course, like Vincent Keimer is the younger one. He's like one of this, youngsters. He improved really, really fast. Like, um, I even remember, him playing. There has been like tournament in my city where I live. I live in Karlsruhe in Germany, and there has been like Grenke Open and Classic tournament. So basically, all open for all the people, and classical tournament where Magnus was playing, Fabiano. Vichy Anand was playing there, Maxim was, and so many top players were playing there. And once, when you win this Grenke Open tournament, you're qualified for the Grenke Classic. And that's what actually Vincent did. He was, I don't remember how old he was. He was not, he was, I think he just won a Grandmaster there. And he was, okay, there is a chat saying he was the youngest German to ever become a grandmaster. And then he was
Yes, he
playing that
was.
tournament,
Mhm.
even though everyone knew he had like very low rating, but he still played. Oh wait, there was just a blunder of the. Oh,
Whoops.
or maybe it was not a. I don't know if it was a blunder or just a try.
It's
Oh, and here night is falling, and that's how the game finished.
yeah, the phone was rough. But
Maybe
yeah, it's so interesting what you were just discussing. And I know that he also, um, I think, helped in popularizing chess in Germany some more, I think.
for
I
sure.
was reading about him a little bit, so I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, for sure. He's. I mean, we are jumping now to the next game, and I will tell a little bit more. So we got information. There is currently the Armageddon versus Yu Yang Yi versus Vladislav Artemiev in this match. This is the loser brackets of the Division 2. So they're fighting currently to go for a semi-final. So they're currently quarterfinals in the loser bracket. So don't miss us, because in winners there are finals, but in loser bracket there is currently quarterfinals, and they are currently playing the Armageddon. Wow, interesting. Yu Yang Yi beat 7 minutes and 59 seconds, and Vladislav Artemiev beat 7 minutes 45 seconds. So just 14 seconds less, and that's why he got also white pieces here. And they're playing, of course, without an increment in this game. Maybe shortly about the Keimer, just of course, obviously, German chess. Okay, there has been many great players, but Keimer just improved very fast, and getting to this very, very top of the world. And he managed, even at some moment, he played in the World Cup last year, and he almost beat Magnus Carlsen. When he faced him, there was a blunder by Magnus, and there was this huge chance for him to win that game, but unfortunately he didn't win. He could have, eliminated Magnus, but yeah, that was like, would have been really nice for him. He could have been even playing these candidates this year, but yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time.
Yeah,
But
now.
yeah, he is currently only 19 still too. There's so
Yeah, so
many
young, right?
chances. Yeah, very young.
And that's why, in Germany, of course, because Germany has now this, top player, a very young one, very promising, of
Mhm.
course, like investing in him. And there is a lot of like TV shows, and everyone is inviting him, and trying to popularize chess in schools, and everywhere. So yeah, that's really, helping boost the chess in Germany for sure.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's amazing. Now, what are your opinions on the benefits of chess or playing chess in general? You hear about this sometimes, about once again, the benefits besides just being good at chess, right? There's more to it. And you've been playing for a long time, so what are your opinions on that? What do you think that chess provides for you besides entertainment?
Okay, like chess is sport, yeah, but it's also, having this um, aspect of surrounding of these people who are playing chess. For example, if I have not, played chess or did anything with chess, I would not, for example, meet you or other great people, because I really find it that, you know, in the real life, okay, there are still like people who are not playing chess. They can be smart, they can be good, but the percentage of people who are intelligent and who are smart in many topics, who are of course, there are still some stupid people, sorry, among even grandmasters who can, do bad things. We know many examples, but I find, for example, whenever I'm in this environment on the chess tournament, I like have this vibe of all these people. I kind of feel like fish in the sea, so to say, and that's really nice. But I've been told that the best is not to have a chess player as a boyfriend or something like this.
Yeah, I hear about that, not having a chess player as a boyfriend. What is the reasoning again? I forgot. But I have heard about this multiple times.
Because they will try to beat you, and if you beat them, then they're going to be angry.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of funny.
Who is the man
Yeah,
in the house, right?
whoever beats, I guess, the chess or beats whoever just wins the game of chess is the one who wears the pants in the house. So that's how this works in a relationship where both people play chess. Yeah. So better not lose or, too bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting, what you were mentioning. So you do meet a lot of amazing people, and also I think because of the dynamic of chess, and it's just people are, especially in these longer time formats, two people are critically thinking constantly, trying to learn, trying to learn. So it's just a nice environment in general. But I do, sometimes you'll hear about how smart people play chess, right? But I think that my theory overall is that chess is something that can make you smarter. It's not that, you need to be smart to play it per se, but it does help you with critical thinking, problem solving, which are very important skills overall in
Yeah.
life. So enhancing those skills is very beneficial for you beyond just chess. So I do think that chess can definitely serve a bigger purpose as well.
Yeah, managing your time, managing your resources. Also, chess is can be. We can also it represents a life. Well, like each game can represent the life, how it goes. Mistakes and everything. What you're doing, what you try to. For example, like also in the game, when you blundered, you still have to keep on going. You're still not lost. Like you didn't give in a checkmate. That's the same as in life. You should not give up. If you have like this tough position, you're not give up. You're trying to keep moving forward. And I think that's also this one of these aspects. I was asked actually in the quite a few interviews earlier. Then am I good in math? Like what do I study? Do I study math because chess players have to be perfect in math? But I mean, it depends. There are also chess players who are doing math and they're great in it. But I don't think it's connected in any way with chess. What do you think about that?
I don't think so either. No, I don't believe so. But what you were mentioning, chess is something that does build perseverance overall, which is extremely important because it's very punishing and it can be very cruel. You lose a lot, and you see even with these GMs, they'll make a move and just completely lose the whole position. A move that seemed obviously wrong, right? From the outside looking in, but when you're the one in that situation, you'll make it because the time pressure, psychological pressure, who knows? But yeah, definitely chess can make you really good at being, I guess, a person who perseveres.
Yeah, for sure. You can take so many life lessons from chess, and you can take it also into your life. But okay, there are this stereotypes or something like this that if you do this, then you must be good on that. It's all just it all
Right,
depends. It all depends.
right. It
Okay.
definitely does, but yeah. So Yeah, this position is getting very interesting. So we have rook endgame going on here, and isolated
Mm-hmm.
e4 pawn for black, and then two isolated pawns D and F, which definitely can become target very quickly. So right now, currently, two isolated pawns for black, three isolated pawns for white, and then white's rooks are on the sixth and fourth rank, defending the D pawn, attacking the C pawn. Now, black did manage to get their rook on the first rank, so now there is this pressure on D4.
Yeah, for sure. There is a huge pressure currently on d4, even though white is up a pawn, right? Because we have 5 for white, 4 for black. The rook is super active there on the e1, and now basically he's saying, I'm attacking the d4, you have to defend. And that's why white has to do a decision and to take the pawn. Reminding everyone, this is Armageddon game. What does it mean? Is that black gets lower time, but in exchange for that time odd, if black manages to play a draw this game, black is actually the one who is winning the match. And currently it's very important. We have rook endgame, white is up a pawn. The question is if white can make it to win this game having this only one extra pawn. What do you think about it?
Yeah, this is really interesting. So white does have that extra pawn. So of course, now rooks or the rook on b4 is going to have to be a little bit passive because it needs to defend e4 and it also needs to attack b2 at the same time. So it's again not the easiest thing. And of course, now on the king side there is the pawn push, creating some sort of initiative as well with g4. And then we have a connected pawn or two connected pawns for white. So definitely a possibility there as well. I think there may be maybe some deflection going on here later on as well. Just deflecting black's king and trying to perhaps push the b pawn. But we'll definitely see.
Yeah, so if, for example, now at some moment black manages to win this pawn, the game is over, it's going to be a draw. That's the only single chance for white. Why is white currently still better according to computer? But yeah, to me it looks like that rook of black is simply too active because white cannot really push that pawn. Rook is stopping, blockading fully the pawn, protecting the pawn on e4, and yeah, actually e3 interesting. Of course, it was not taking because then rook would take on g4, f5 would
Mm.
fall, and currently saying that it's getting a little bit better.
Interesting. Yeah, even though that rook is stuck defending, it does, as you mentioned, seem to be doing quite a bit because it's not so easy for white here.
He
But
gives up the pawn
to create some sort of initiative here. Wow,
and saying
okay.
that maybe he can. No, okay, 2 against 1 here. Okay, maybe the pawns are too far promoted. Maybe that's kind of the point what he's saying, but theoretically it should be a draw.
Can you tell us why theoretically this is a draw?
Because the point for black to defend is that this pawn on g7 is going to be traded for a pawn at some moment. And, with one pawn being there for white and king staying there, you just have to have this perfect, place for a rook, and that's enough for a draw. So if the king is standing on the square where pawn can be promoted, and there is no king of the opponent standing on f6 because it would be really dangerous and there could be a checkmate threats, that's a draw. So just being up a pawn in the rook endgame, it's not really enough, but I can see that white is trying so hard. There is always some rook g8 ideas trying to win that pawn. Also maybe king g5, not allowing king to go here.
My only concern in king g5 is rook g1. How do you fight against that?
Oh, wait a second. Actually, rook to g1 was played, and I don't know what is the way for white to hide from the rook from the checks.
Yes, it seems like white can just or black can just now bully the white's king here.
Okay,
So
maybe this
it's
check. Rook f7, trying to attack that pawn. Okay, the only thing which I think can be possible here at some moment to push f6, but otherwise it looks Looks like a draw.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing ways where how white can continue infiltrating here. It seems like once the pawn falls, there's not really an easy way.
Yeah, for sure there is. I mean, there is almost no way. I mean, if black is precise and not making some mistake. Oh wait, but this pawn is now falling. This pawn is now simply falling. Wait, what happened? Check, check. And now rook e7 and... Okay, this is a draw. Yeah. So, this is... Wait, what is happening? Okay.
White does not want to draw.
He wants to flag or what?
Yeah, he wants to flag, but I don't know if that's going to work out very well here.
No, it shouldn't work with 40 seconds on the clock. The flag would not really work, but I remember like in one Armageddon game there was like almost like losing. I mean, it was losing for sure, but okay, it was still a little bit unclear. And actually, someone was flagged. I don't remember who it was, but yeah, in the much worse position, in the winning position, the player was flagged in Armageddon game. It's happening. It's possible. This is another game from the quarterfinals of the loser brackets of the Division 2. Anish Giri facing Benjamin Bok. We have here a Dutch match. Everyone from Netherlands. And this is Armageddon game already because 1-1 was finished the match. And they're playing currently this Armageddon game. Bok beat 7 minutes 45 seconds while Anish beat 7 minutes 18 seconds. So that's it. So we can see that white has a lot of pawns on the king side promoting so far, and bishop looking at the king. Would you be scared with black playing it?
With those two rooks on g1 and h1 and then the bishops also facing those files, it is quite scary. It's just a matter of how should white continue pushing here without locking in that position. Because it's definitely possible to just, for black to, I think, just push the pawns forward and try to lock up the position so, the rooks can't infiltrate.
Yeah, if we didn't have like f-pawns in this position, then any move of the pawn would result in closing the position. But luckily for white, there are pawns, and this g6 is very, very annoying. Now it's white to move. The question is if g6 working. I mean, I think that g6 should work because so many rooks there, so many bishops are looking that direction.
Yeah, you're right. Because, those two pawns there, that definitely is rough. Because I didn't even think about the fact that, if you push g6 here, which I was thinking they can push forward, but there's two pawns being attacked, so the position will open up no matter what.
That's the main point, how white can open the position. g6, and doesn't matter what you play. I'm going to take one of the pawns and open the g file. Bishop h7. Wow.
Okay, very nice.
Wow. Okay, very nice. We don't know what it's doing, but we like those exclamation marks.
I think it's g6, right?
Oh,
because
g6.
The idea is then you have that discover check, and then there are ways to infiltrate. Perhaps even with... Let's see, because if pawn takes, then pawn takes. King to g8, correct? And then I wonder if it's just possible to double up the rooks here afterwards with
Simply
h7.
Rook h7, I think, and rook g8.
Yeah, exactly.
And there is a checkmate threat on h8. We can take the pawn on g7, and it looks very close to the mate. But we are not playing checkers, we are playing chess, very important. Take is not a must. So the question is if there is anything else but taking on g6, because takes looks like a resignation immediately.
Yes, I guess you can move back, but then the position will still open up. That's the problem.
King h6.
Okay, moving forward. Wow. But yeah, once again, the threat of
okay, I'm a little bit scared
here about rook
king.
g6 here. I'm just curious about that, attacking that king, right? Forcing it to move forward again. And then maybe h6 is possible after rook g6 check. What are your thoughts on
Yeah.
that?
I mean, rook g6 is for sure a move, and then there is opportunity to push h6 as... Okay, wait, not yet, not now,
Well, not
because
yet,
rook...
not yet, yeah.
But
Was soon.
but wait, rook g1 simply attacking the pawn on g7, and you would like just to take and try to checkmate.
Well, there you go. So, instead
That's a
they decided
disadvantage, you know. That's a disadvantage of having
mhm,
this of the having attack on the opposite, you know, side of the boards, and
mhm.
while you're attacking the queen side where there is no king, king is in the center, we are attacking with white the king on the king side, and well, if attack is successful, I am winning the game, and if attack is successful on the queen side, you're just winning a pawn, and that was a problem for Anish in this position.
Right. Yeah, and at this point there is a rook takes g7 possibility, right? And then again rook g7 check. And then really h6 the only place they can go, but then there's a discovered attack on the bishop on d7, right? With f pawn promoting. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
like looking at that too, but I don't know if that would be more beneficial for Bach here or not. But I am seeing that possibility.
I think that the problem can be there. So we're already like down piece, and if we're going that position, we'll be still down an exchange. So I don't know if that's good. Okay, he decides to take with a bishop. That's more safe. That's more safe. But the only
Well,
thing
wouldn't we
is,
win the bishop on d7 though? Oh,
but,
I see.
but we already gave up a bishop, and then we can see at this line. So we already give up a bishop. We give up again the
Mm-hmm.
rook. Check.
Okay.
King h6 the only move, and takes. So rook takes. Rook
Oh,
takes. So
I
we're down
see.
an exchange still. I mean, still looks good
It
for
just
white, but maybe not enough.
yeah draws out a little bit, so not the best line there then.
But
This one's
of
more
course,
decisive too. But
it's always an idea. You not necessarily always have to look at bishop takes, but also at rook takes. So here, bishop takes was still better according to Benjamin. He said, okay, bishop d7, and I'm just winning. Rook h5, rook tries desperately to protect the king, but it's so tough. I mean, okay, there is already some kind of check. Ah, wait, check is actually to our king. I wanted to say it should be some checkmate soon, but white isn't check, so just to bring it to some safe square. Okay, d3, there is this check. Nothing more, maybe. Probably checking
mm,
with the rook.
yeah, I was going to say isn't well check and then where are they going? Isn't that is yeah, okay. Let's
Okay, there
see
is even
here.
rook g7, rook g8 now.
Oh yes, just promote.
Checkmate's red, and
So they have to take with a rook and then you white gets a queen here then.
yeah. Okay, for some reason he didn't play. Maybe it was not
Maybe this is a
working.
in-between move, who knows? I
Maybe it was not
don't know,
working.
but
Oh, wait.
oh wow.
Ah,
Why
because
does
rook
that
f7 and there is no checkmate. Okay, sorry.
Oh, we missed the rook on h7. Okay.
Yes. Oh, I know what he's doing. He's trying to bring his king all the way to f6. That's a
I think it
fighting
will
king.
work. I think it will work.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah. I don't know how to stop it with from black. Like it looks like unstoppable to me.
Yes, I don't quite know either. Even with, the bishop coming in, the king defends pretty well in the center at this point, so I don't really know
Hmm.
what can be done here.
I mean, not looks like not really much because there is no. No, we would love to have dark squared bishop, but we have the light squared bishop which cannot take care of the f6. But king is just going to f6. Okay, there is rook h5, rook f5 check, but I don't think it's going to help.
Does not seem like it.
Of
At that
course,
point, white's king can just start taking the rest of the pawns, even, e6, and then the rook is under attack.
yeah.
So I don't think it does too much here.
Okay, I think that we're going to leave this game because it's it looks like winning for white, but there is just an action in the game number 3 of the winners finals of the Division 2. Vincent Keimer is having bishop, his upper bishop, against 2 pawns in this endgame against Levon Aronian with 10 seconds on the clock, 5 seconds for Levon. Very, very, very interesting if he manages to win this. But okay, it looks like he can, but this pawn is so close to the promotion square. But maybe just so easy to defend because the bishop always takes care of the a2 square, right?
Yeah, and the bishop is so, such a long-range piece that I could just, basically go anywhere on the board on that diagonal, so the rook can't easily catch it. So not too much can be done here. The a2 push does not work at the moment.
Of course, black would love to trade all the pawns, and then try to protect, the endgame rook against rook and the bishop, but this is not what Vincent Keimer is saying. He's not giving this chance, and yeah, of course it's very tough, with a few seconds on the clock to win, but he has a lot of experience. He's playing a lot of, this title Tuesday and so on, so where you have just 1 second increment. So 2 second increment already for these players is a lot. They know how much to do. And if he wins this game now, which looks that he's going to win this one, he's going to be a winner of the finals of the winner brackets. And he's doing it. He's winning the game 2.5 to half. Vincent Keimer, congratulations, yeah?
Yes, congratulations to Vincent Keimer.
Really, really amazing chess.
Yes, no, that was great.
So now the question is, for now, is only who is going to play win set, and that's what we're going to see in the loser brackets. Maybe we'll move forward to the winner brackets of the Division 3, which I will have to look for because there is some small issue here. I don't see all the game instantly, but maybe I'll just refresh. Refresh helps all the time to save all the
always
problems. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Okay, actually we already have a result. Because the previous game we were watching, we were saying that Sarana will win, and he won 2-0, and now he won 3-0, so Sarana is advancing forward, and Grishuk is going down to the loser brackets. So we have another winner here in the winners finals of the Division 3. Okay. So I think maybe that's the moment where we're taking a short break, like 5 or 10 minutes, because there is still a lot of chess we're going to follow with the loser brackets. We will see who is going to face Vincent Keimer and who will face Sarana in the finals tomorrow. So we have to for sure follow that, and we'll just take a short break of something like 5-10 minutes and be right back with you.
Sounds perfect. We'll get right back into the games in 10 minutes. But see you all then.
Be right back. Yeah, see you. And we're back after short break, well-deserved one. Here I am Angelika and Elaynah here with me. We're so excited to see how the loser brackets are going to outcome, right?
Oh, absolutely. Let's get right into it then.
Yeah, let's jump right into the games. We have here actually probably already finished game.
Ooh.
Let us see. No, they're still playing. Um, we're currently actually not in the loser brackets of the Division 2, but Division 3 currently, because I think they started slightly earlier. So they're very, very, very low on time, and I thought, okay, it's good to see what is happening there. We can see that Bortnik and Altai Farley, they beat their opponents. We will check later who they beat. We didn't have a chance to look at their games earlier, but currently it's the first game of the loser brackets. What is this? The
Yeah.
rook, the queen end game, yeah?
So, yeah, let's look at what's going on here. It's queen and knight endgame here. Looks like white has two isolated pawns on b3 and d4, and there's the connected pawns on the queen side for black. That h4 pawn is looking.
What?
Oh wow, never mind. They just got mated. All right.
Checkmate!
Yeah. So Black was able to mate here with the knight and the queen, and we were discussing the coordination of the knight and the queen yesterday, and how it's better than the bishop and the queen technically, especially when it comes to checkmate or at least like a mating net. So this was a good demonstration of that.
Yes, that was a perfect demonstration how knight and queen can work together. And the problem was that white missed that queen f1 is actually a threat with a queen g2 of a checkmate to follow. Incredible, absolutely incredible that it happened so fast. But yeah, you see, grandmasters are also blundering, and we are happy to see these blunders. I'm actually happy in particular because it means that the second game has to be really decisive one. So if it's going to be a draw, it's enough for Safarli to promote to the finals, to the grand finals, which will be no, not to the grand finals. Wait, this is the semifinals, to the finals of the loser brackets. So the Bortnik has to try to strike back and win the next game, so they both can go to the Armageddon game. Maybe we'll jump to the Division 2 loser brackets. We have Artemiev versus Bok. We just witnessed, right, like how Bok managed to, okay, maybe not so easily, but the attack felt so easily outplay and win Anish Giri. That was amazing, right? With his bishop h7 brilliancy.
Yeah, exactly. And let's look at what's going on in this position as well now. So we got the fianchettoed bishop on g2 here. Black's bishop was just chilling on b2. It's also fianchettoed on g7. So
grab the pawn and bend back.
grab the pawn, and then now that b7 pawn is also hanging, and perhaps the rook can jump up there. Definitely a possibility, I like to think. And we have this pawn on e4 as well, but currently it's not doing too much as well. The position kind of looks, I mean, it doesn't look like anything too exciting is happening just yet here.
Yeah, I also don't see that many exciting things are happening, just normal position. There are, of course, this bishop pair advantage for black. That's one thing which we can see instantly, but for now they're just normal bishops, even though this diagonal is so long and potentially the bishop can be very, very strong. There are no weaknesses it attacks on this diagonal, so that's why there is, I mean, no huge advantage because of this bishop pair. But what I can say that maybe in the end game, so three pawns against two might be an advantage for black. Because if you have like this one extra pawn on the queen side where normally our kings are not located, then it potentially can be a passer, and it's always good to have passer as far away from king as possible to create some winning attack. What do you think about this 3 against 2 here with these two weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, those three connected pawns, I would take that any day over these two isolated pawns. That's why it makes me question if it might make sense here just to take that b7 pawn or trade off the queens and just take that b pawn and, have that rook on the 7th rank for the endgame and try to create some sort of attack there. What are your thoughts on that? Just because, as I was mentioning, and you were mentioning, yeah, those connected pawns and the potential threat of a passed pawn does not seem too good.
White for sure has to take that pawn. The huge question is what currently is in the mind of white is to take on d8 and then to take on b7 or just to take with the rook on b7 right away. That's a very...
And
yeah.
sorry, I was going to mention and just to add to what you just said about, deciding to take or not to take. I think the problem with maybe not exchanging the queens is that queen can, attack that rook very easily. And so I think it kind of forces that rook back out of the 7th rank. So I think maybe the ideally that rook would want to be able to stay there. But the queen can come in and attack that rook anytime.
I think the problem was there you would like to quickly attack the rook, but the knight was hanging, so that's why queen c7, queen c8 immediately was not really possible. But now after knight c6, indeed rook can be attacked very easily and has to go somewhere else, or maybe queen b1 can support the rook, or queen d7. Okay, queen d7 is not, sorry, it's a Bottas gambit, but queen b1 could protect the rook.
Yeah, queen b1 and maybe rook to d1 as well. But yeah, it would be nice to get that bishop out of defending d7 and maybe try to get the other rook on there as well. So I wonder if that's a possibility and the best way to go about that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about this queen trades, Do you think that white didn't take the queen on the first place and now considering to take or not to take because they kind of still some kind of trying to go for a complicated position to win this one? Or do you think they think that the endgame with two bishops will be simply the bishops will be simply too strong for the endgame? What do you think? About this.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you brought up. The two bishop pair in this position too. I think that it would, it's a little bit scary for white, definitely. And especially if they find a way to trade off that bishop on g2 and just keep the two bishop pair as well. So yeah, I think that you do bring up a point, and perhaps they are considering that just because, as we already know, the bishop pair in the endgame on an open board is extremely difficult to play against.
And now we were discussing, that this bishop was so looking so nice, but didn't have really weaknesses to attack. And here we go. c3 was played. Not out of good life, I would say, because this is taking care of the knight, restricting the knight of the jumping. But every move has pros and cons. In this case, we have, of course, pro side that the knight cannot jump anywhere to d4 or b4 anymore, but the disadvantage is actually that bishop is targeting that pawn on c3 can be easily attacked, and white has to take care of that for sure. White is taking time, probably also considering to trade the queens, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Probably calculating different lines in his head right now.
I think why sorry I think why, neither of the sides want to take first is because, after, for example, queen takes d8, there is rook takes d8 and, bringing that rook to the open file. And if black takes, then the rook comes to d1. And that's why, white didn't really want to take first and want black to take that black takes that rook, right, and the queen, and rook comes to d1.
Absolutely, because as we know, rooks who belong in open files, they're very strong there. They can come out to different ranks and start some sort of attack, indirectly or, directly on that file. And so it definitely, crosses your mind when, you have this queen tension and nobody's taking, when the rook can take, just because why help your opponent develop their rook to a better file, right? You know, why help your opponent get a better position? That's not, you know, it does break one of the fundamentals of chess. So
Okay,
definitely understandable.
you're right about that. Yeah, there is nothing to add. Queen f6 was just played. So why Black decided not to trade, not to bring that rook to d1 for white, and saying that, come on, look at your knight on here on f3, look at your pawn. I'm targeting those two weaknesses, we can say, with a queen out there on f6. Great move according to chess.com. I think we both agree, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a great move, and it reminded me of the last game we were just reviewing before our break, where we missed that one very complicated line with the queen attacking the rook and the bishop.
Ah, yeah,
It's
only
kind of like
seven,
that,
yeah.
right? Yeah, it's like forking two pieces here.
Wait a second, there was something. It's a miss. Here in the position, knight f4. Computer
Do you
is
think it
saying,
was G5?
sorry, which?
G5?
G5,
Maybe not. G5? I don't think it's G5.
knight d5, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking knight D5 if G5. What do you think it is here?
I don't really know because, okay, we have the spin, we have the pawn. I immediately thought, okay, take the pawn and attack here. I don't see any quick tactical. Let's ask the computer. He's always helping us. Knight e5. Oh my god, the spin.
Mm,
Oh, that's really nice. Knight e5 is attacking the knight. You cannot really take. And the idea is that you cannot move this knight from f4. And here where your move g5 comes in handy, because let's say any move is played here, let's say rook e1, doesn't matter. Takes, 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 queen takes, and now g5. Now this is a problem.
yes. That loses the knight there, so it's yeah. That's a very nice line. Really complicated, but very nice.
So the best line according to the computer is knight e5. Here, what is the best move for h4? Okay, or h3. I mean, I would rather play... Okay, h4 actually stops the g5. Okay, let's see this. h4. Ah, wait a second. What bishop h... Okay, this is a little bit complicated. I thought that somehow we win it instantly, but... Yeah, it's not really working so fast. But yeah, it was a nice idea to create, you know, the spin and put even more pressure on it, which was missed, apparently. Queen c3, and now knight d5, and queen a5 was played, and okay, maybe still there is an idea to jump with the knight at some moment.
Yeah, and this just shows you the power of pins sometimes and why it might be good to consider breaking them as soon as possible as well, because that pin just created such a big problem because of the jump on, you know, knight e5 basically. So it's just something you should always consider with pins because your opponent will try to build on them if you're not careful.
Now h3 was
But yeah.
played, saying, I'm sick of your pin. Please take the knight if you would like, and actually that's what happened. Takes, takes, and so no more bishop pair for black, but c-pawn, pretty powerful. If it gets to c3, there might be some issues for white. And okay, a2 is also hanging, and okay, he's immediately taking that pawn. Yeah.
Okay, so here, maybe there's knight to f6, but then I wonder what that does in the long run if the king can just go on h8 here. That knight on d5 isn't too bad. There's definitely opportunities with it. But what do you think White's plan at this point is?
And he's executing that plan. So knight f6. Idea is to try to trade that knight for a bishop.
However, yeah,
or create some attack.
Black does not have to.
Maybe g4, g5.
Yeah, trying to open up the king side. Because after knight f6, I'm not sure what else there is besides pawn pushes to try to create some sort of initiative.
Okay, he's jumping with the knight around and probably winning this pawn.
Well, also f7 seems to... Oh, actually, the queen is covering f7.
Yeah,
so
queen is also like a bishop, you know?
Yeah, that queen is a bishop. Yeah, I almost missed that. Okay, so not bad winning that pawn. That very powerful pawn, as you and I were discussing earlier,
Hmm.
can become a huge problem very quickly. So it's nice that they're able, or White is able to win that back at least.
But now that I'm looking here, I see that there is some knight e5 counterattack, attacking the queen and the knight. So knight e5 attacking the queen, and basically if queen moves, then knight takes the knight, and if knight takes, then there is no more attack on the pawn and the rook. So that's maybe intermediate move here in this position, which black has to find, not to lose the pawn. And he's spending time. I
Yeah,
think he sees this move. Maybe he's
yeah.
calculating.
There's a oh,
Ah,
okay.
knight
So
d4.
he he saw another move instead.
Also intermediate
Okay.
move.
Yeah, and also nice because the rook can go on c8 now to defend that pawn
Sorry.
as well.
Oh, he.
But I guess there's a trick with just winning the knight and the
Oh, you
pawn
cannot
if rook
take.
c8.
You
Yeah,
cannot take on
exactly.
c5 because knight e2 check and bishop d4.
Oh, never mind. I didn't see that
Oh
line.
wait,
Okay,
but
I
then
saw a
it's
different line.
protecting. Wait, okay, sorry. Never mind.
Hmm.
No, it doesn't work.
Okay.
But something
But
was
I was
not.
thinking, okay,
Something was
something.
here. Ah, rook a to c8, and what now? And apparently knight has to jump here. Okay, this is a little bit strange line. Oh my god, and here rook c3. Okay, you would never find this line. Just in three
No,
moves
this
to
is
find
so
this rook c3.
complicated.
Queen
Wait, I
cannot
still
take.
don't even get that. Why can't the queen take c3? Oh, because of the fork. Oh yeah, that is so hard to see. Even when
Yes.
you move the rook to c3, I didn't see the idea until.
Especially with so
Okay.
low on time, we have many moves here.
Yeah.
Both players have 10 seconds.
Well, you gotta I guess always look for forks with the knights. So
Yes.
there you go.
If you have the knight, just look for the fork.
Exactly. Like, hey, where's the fork? Okay, and as we see, that c pawn is kind of annoying at this point, so not ideal here.
Yeah. Rook
Okay, and the
e8.
pin, you know, a pin on the queen bishop here.
Very, very annoying. Yeah, and also this knight,
Hmm.
like it's not
Yeah.
protected by the pawn, but so annoying.
Uh, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh no, wait, what?
Oh wow, the engine just went crazy there.
Wait. There was a lot of things. Wait, at some moment engine was like crazy, screaming, black is just winning. Okay, queen d3, rook d8, here. And what was... Oh my god, there was a... Okay, like with 3 seconds you don't see it. You don't find it. Rook e2. Huge attack here, huge attack on c2. How do you protect that? There is no way you protect... Because rook f1, rook e2, and yeah, otherwise you cannot really protect on f2. And it's a checkmate, so... Okay, when you have
Wow.
3 seconds, you cannot really find it.
Yeah, that is a hard line to find.
So that's why knight c2 takes, and yeah, they agreed on a draw because I mean, they could still try to flag, but they have 2 seconds increment. Okay, all right, first draw. We will jump probably back to the division 3 loser brackets instantly. Let's see what is happening in that game. Ooh, king is being attacked, but
Mm.
white is down a piece actually.
Okay, and I wonder now with white being down a piece, did they was it intentional or was it a blunder? Because I wonder if they were trying to get the king out into the open because right now the king is looking a little bit scary, you know, in the middle of the board. Uh, Definitely quite the weakness, so
We can see what happened in the games. There was a
okay.
Karakan, and probably there was just some kind of attack, and
Oh, definitely. I mean, with the king castled and it's in the middle of the board when we were looking at it, so
yeah, of course, yeah.
wait, I
Oh,
Curious to
look.
see what happened here.
Look at this. So he
Okay.
sacrificed a knight
Oh, for the attack.
for
Okay.
the attack. Wow, queen d5
Oh, wow.
saying that it's a blunder.
Well, there's I mean, I guess the G6 pawn falls here. So that's quite problematic.
But then maybe king can escape. Computer is saying bishop d4 was the move here.
Hmm.
To bring another piece to an attack, and maybe this red.
Try to deflect that queen.
I mean, also attacking the
Take the
knights.
bishop.
That's kind of also a threat. Attacking that
It
knight
is,
and
yeah. It's doing a lot,
yeah.
and that's scary. Really scary.
And
So.
rook e3 apparently was a miss, but okay. And
Oh, wow,
bishop
and then-
goes. Okay. He gives up a
Wow.
second piece. So this is what.
But you know, the attack it doesn't seem to be working here at this point because
Okay,
the king is
we can say attack is not working because of computer, but but it's a little bit
Well,
scary, right?
it is scary, but the thing is, it seems like everything's defended. That's why we can
Yeah.
say that too. Do
Too
you know
many
what I mean?
pieces
So,
around the king.
yeah, that's the problem. There's a lot of pieces around the king, despite the engine also saying that it would be a little different, you know, if there was one or two pieces. But right now, the rook, the queen, and the two knights are around the king. So in a way, it feels kind of cozy and safe there.
I think it's also a very important factor in this position is that black has a lot of time. I mean, if black had like 17 seconds like white, I could imagine blundering pretty easily, but with 4 minutes, I don't think that it's going to happen. And okay, there are some checks, but actually knights are covering all checks perfectly.
Because the knights are just so centrally placed. And the knight on d5, and the knight on
Oh my
f6
God.
defending the other knight. It's really hard, isn't it? They're covering the squares all around the king. You know, they're covering c7, d7 here, e7, and then the rook is covering the c file, which is, you know, the file next to the d file where the king is sitting. So yeah, it's looking. How do you reach that king?
Yeah,
Because
that's a
those
huge
squares,
question.
those knights are just creating like a little barrier around the king.
I have a question to the chat and to everyone. Which king is safer? King on d6 or king on g1?
That's a good question.
Because, you know, like king on in the center, like these two knights are covering each other, covering everything. And, you know, potentially there could be also some kind of sacrifices or like some mating attack on the g2 for black.
So what's the idea here? They sacrifice to attack the king. I see. So
Yes.
if knight
White want to
takes-
sacrifice even more. But okay, this is a threat. This is a huge threat because it's a checkmate. If you take, it's a checkmate, and if you go here, I think it's also checkmate. Queen is 6. Oh, protecting everything, and also attacking the here.
Oh boy. Yeah, rough.
Okay, knight
you know,
takes.
somebody in chat said they rather their king be on G1 because it's safe, away from danger. But I personally rather my king be in the center of the board with the pieces around it. You know, use that king to attack as well. And it's better for your endgame. Reach to the endgame and your king's right in the center. You know, it's nice.
Elaynah, you know,
So-
I want to take that pawn on a2 and promote the b pawn because why not?
And you know, I've had plenty of games where my king ended up in the center of the board in the middle game, so I'm not new to that.
Yes.
I kind of like it. It's exciting.
It's like
So-
king of the hill, you know, reaching the center of the board and winning the game. Okay.
You just have to have no fear when you do this. That's all. You
Yeah.
know, let go of any fear you have and just go to the center of the board with your king.
Oh, already the result
I
is
re-
there. White resigned. Bortnik strikes back. Now it means it's 1-1, and we are going to have the Armageddon very, very soon. Meanwhile, jumping back to Benjamin Bok, Benjamin Bok against Vladislav Artemiev, their second game of the losers semifinals is happening right now. Just started, actually. I like it when they have just 2 games to follow. It's so easy.
Right? You're not like rushing in between all of them.
So maybe just the game is starting and
So
yeah.
Is this called the four knights defense with the d4 pawn, or is that usually the e4 pawn and then the knights come out?
It's with the e4 pawn, so normally, but this one
Mm.
is, I think it was Slav, right? So d4, d5,
Mm.
Slav exchange,
Oh yes, so looking
and
like the Slav.
yeah, and all the knights came out. Bishop f4 and this knight h5, a little bit annoying that bishop. Bishop d7. Maybe it's a draw offer, but I mean, wait, is
Maybe.
it?
Oh,
What?
is it a draw offer?
Is it a draw offer? And they agreed on a draw
Oh,
repetition.
they agreed on a draw. Okay, okay.
What? Okay, I was just joking, but well, apparently we have a draw, and the players are moving to Armageddon game very quickly. Uh, yeah, interesting. I
These
was.
players love their Armageddon games.
They want to finish it all so quickly.
It's understandable, I guess.
I mean, like Benjamin had like huge chances to win the previous game,
Mhm.
and yeah, now maybe he decided I just want to go to Armageddon and decided all there. I don't want to accidentally or something like lose this game, and then play one more or play a draw, and just a spare energy for Armageddon game. And we have actually very
Mhm.
interesting information about the Safar Lee and Bortnik. So, interesting fact
Mm.
is that the beats are already done for them, and there was a first beat which was unsuccessful. What does it mean? Is that both player beat at the same time.
What does it mean to be at the same time?
That basically they beat the same time, which is 10 minutes. So they didn't want to play
Oh,
black.
oh, okay, you said bid. Okay, okay. I thought you said beat at the same time. I'm like, they
Beat,
beat each
beat,
other
sorry,
at this,
beat.
they checkmate each other at the same time. Is that how that
Ah,
works?
sorry.
No. Yeah, just but yeah, so it's funny. But
Yeah, and now they redid the beats, and uh, now they did the new beat. Okay, and the new beat is that Bortnik beats 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Very nice one. And Altai beat 9 minutes.
okay.
And the huge question
So,
for me is, because there is no information uh, about that, but the thing is that since they both would like to play white, it could be actually the first case in the tournament that with the 9 minutes, the player can take not black but white, because he won the beat and he can choose the color. So that's kind of the point. Normally, you would like to pick the color which you have extra odds. If you play a draw, it's you're winning the match. But in this currently situation, the boss game they played were decisive, and white won. Sorry, not white won. Actually, black won this game. And maybe when they have to play for a win, it's better for them to try with white. I don't know.
yeah, no, it definitely could be. If you don't know, I don't know. But I was going to mention something about the last game in the position. Um, so it's interesting how it's so difficult to see the openings from the other perspective. Because I do play the Slav and the semi-Slav, but looking at it from White's perspective, I can't see it easily. So I was going to ask you, when does that change? Because I'm sure there comes a day to where you can start seeing positions from both ends and being like, oh, I know what this is, even though I'm not the one playing it. So,
So you mean like from from basically the side of your opponent, so to say?
hmm yeah, because the game looks foreign sometimes when you're looking at it from the opposite side.
Yeah, so the point is that there are some openings which you might have for both of the sides. For example, for me it is, I can show very quickly because the games have not started yet. For me, it's like I play d4 and I play d5, myself from black. So if d4 is played, so c4 is 6. And for example, this is something what happens, from both sides. So that's why it's for me a little bit tricky, in a way, because I always like to play with white this position, and with black I'm a little bit uncomfortable to face the queen's gambit, because I know how annoying it can be. and
Yeah, absolutely.
and that's why it's a little bit difficult. But of course, like, since you're playing with one side of the this opening, it's also kind of opens for you the eyes on actually what are the threats, what are the threats there for the black. And when you're playing with black, I have to take care that this and this is not happening. I have to take care and prevent this and this and this. So that's why it could be also beneficial for you if you play, openings, like in this case for me it's Queen's Gambit for both sides, because I know what can be a danger there.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely interesting.
So apparently Safarli chose black. He could have chosen white also. But they both were fighting for white so hard. And we can see here wait, it's something already transposed, but he started with this knight c3, bishop f4, Jababa London, and now somehow, wait, there was c5 played. Okay, let me just, okay, c5 played, knight f3, okay, and b5 immediately. Interesting. Yeah, so this e4 break is something what you have to take care of, because there are, two this central pawns for black, and e4 is for sure something white wants to play, and we can see that white finished development so quickly, and e4 has been played. d4 and wow, okay, so many trades. Wait, queen f6 apparently already a mistake. Oh my god, wait, the queen is trapped.
Traps.
Oh my god.
That's such a nice and slick trap. It's just, you hardly notice it, you know what I mean? And then it's like those bishops just working together.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's so nice. It's sly, really. So, yeah, well done by white.
Safarli now is in huge shock. Huge shock, probably. Okay, like after 2 minutes of game being down the queen, it's already some kind of disadvantage, I would say.
Yeah, just a slight disadvantage, not too big.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is incredible. Oh, those bishops, right? Taking care of everything.
Yep. Yep, and together they're unstoppable, so I never want to hear, never want to hear the bishops are worse than the knights together. Unless it's a close position, I guess, but, No, bishops scare me. I'm scared of bishops. I don't allow bishop pair.
Yeah, the chat is saying that he chose black is pretty strange. I was also expecting him to choose white, and there was a huge fight, for who is going to play white actually. And I was expecting him, even though with 9 minutes, 9 minutes is just 1 minute less. 1 minute it's not so much. Him going, for white, it was a huge expectation, but yeah, somehow he's actually pretty disappointed in his decision. But okay, there is still maybe some chances because of these bishops looking at the king and some potential knight jump. But I'm sorry, but it's a queen for a bishop. It's not going to be enough.
Yes, and I like this move g3 by white, just right away saying no to that rook on g8, and the possible bishop rook pair attacking g2.
Yeah.
So I do quite like that move.
Yeah, for sure. Eliminating any opportunity for black for attack. I think this is going to be a pretty easy win for white. So meanwhile, maybe we'll jump back to the other game, which already started, the Armageddon game. Benjamin Bok against Vladislav Artemiev. we can see that Bok is playing white, and it means that Artemiev won the bidding. So let me see what were the bids. Bok bid 7 minutes and 45 seconds. So it was a different match, completely different. The other one they bid very high. They wanted both to play white, and in this case we have very low. I mean, not very low, but relatively low. 7 minutes 45 seconds, and Vladislav bid 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So he won the bid and went for the black pieces. Even though actually first game with black pieces didn't go so well for him. Or was he black? Or was he white actually?
So this is a really interesting position with white. There's always that threat of, the bishop and the queen being aligned. The bishop on b2, queen on c3, and the knight moving away in instant check. So of course that knight can't easily just move away. There needs to be some sort of blockade that happens before that. But looking at white's position is also really interesting. White has 2 double pawns, so on the f file and the b file. So this would make for quite a I wouldn't. I think if this came down to endgame, this would be quite a disadvantage for white. Just like looking off the, at the board, and knowing what I know, I think that it could be a little bit rough. But right now, it's not looking too bad. There's definitely still some chances.
I think that's why white should not really be in favor of trading the pieces so much. Like if we just imagine all pieces are come out on the board, bishops, knights, queen, and rooks in the pawn endgame, for sure this double pawns and some weaknesses could be a huge disadvantage for white. But meanwhile, this bishop on c4 and bishop on b2 are pretty nice pieces looking towards the king side with a position with an open center, which is very important for those bishop to work. Knights are also trying. We're having here a big fight, pair of knights versus pair of bishop. For now, I feel like bishops are much better because knights are really, restricted. Okay, there is knight d5 jump, but otherwise knights don't really have too much of an idea. And look at this, rook g1, targeting the king.
Yeah, it's very smart. Move your, when you have those double pawns, you might as well take advantage of the open g file, right? And you see that oftentimes. And, why not bring another attacker, on g7 here. So just taking advantage of that middle game and trying to start some sort of attack there on that g file and that g7 pawn.
Yeah, just bringing the rook there, and now, actually this knight is kind of pinned to that pawn because it can jump only on h5 or e8 to protect on g7 from the checkmate. And this knight is, we can say, also in a way kind of pinned. Maybe this knights are going to be defenders of the king, but now a6 was played. The idea is very simple. You cannot take on a6. You don't want to blunder your bishop with b5, so Benjamin has to be careful here.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's an idea of just doubling the rooks on the g file. What are your thoughts on that? Or
it's possible, yeah. But for now I think the problem is that knight most likely will not go away so easily. So I would say that we have this, we have to solve the problems according to how they come to us, and a6 currently is a question because it creates a huge threat of taking on b5. Since we have this pin, we might lose the bishop. We have to address that problem first and then think about this g file. So this take is a threat. We cannot take because b5. It means we have to get rid of the pin. How we can do it? We simply move the queen away. The question is where, because there are so many squares for a queen. And he goes for d3.
Yeah.
So now actually white doesn't have this double pawn anymore.
No, but if the rooks are exchanged, the rook will be on the d file. Which I guess is still, an open file. It's not the worst. And that knight may have been sitting on g6 for a while, so maybe it's not that bad that the rook is moved away from the g file.
Yeah, it's not so bad, but now the question is, who is actually better here? It's so hard to say because I would prefer white because there are still some ideas. Not even to take here, but still having this pressure on the f6 and potentially uh, joining the 7th rank. I think there is still, much more ideas for white and much more freedom. Wait, what? Bishop a3?
Uh-oh.
Wait, it's not working? Why wasn't it working? Okay, there should have been something there, but it just...
Maybe there is
Okay,
some
let's...
sort of a... yeah, I'm not really sure.
Bishop a3? What is computer saying?
Oh, bishop or rook takes bishop and then queen takes bishop.
Ah, oh my god, there is
Is
a
that a poss-
check.
Oh no, that's
Oh.
not possible. I'm talking about loser. Oh, there's a check. I'm over here thinking of lines to lose their queen. But
I was
yeah,
like,
no, it's
what? I was just looking at the queen side of the board and like I was not looking. And that's why he plays a 4, that there is no check, and now queen c7. And actually, rook c2 is quite an annoying threat. So bishop d3 goes back, taking care of the c2 square. I was a little bit shocked that, okay, so many blunders on the board would
I
be
think
too
it
much.
makes sense to take the knight on g6 here, just doubling up those pawns. I'm just curious about that. Maybe some sort of attack
Maybe
on
now he
e6
wants to take.
after.
Now this is
Yeah,
a threat.
maybe.
But maybe bishop g6 immediately would also work.
Mhm.
Wait, what? Okay, some blunders,
Wait, they
misses. I don't
gave
know what
up
is
the
happening
pawn?
here. Looks pretty normal to me, but h5 we cannot really take because some
Because
knight
there's a
jump.
discovered, attack on the queen.
Probably
So that
knight
makes
f4
sense.
or knight e3. There are so many moves. Okay, now knights are protecting each other, but I feel like, bishop is becoming stronger now since black is going into this defensive mode with the knights.
Yes.
Still targeting the king there. I would love at some moment to play f5, but for now it's not really possible, and also this square is covered by all the pieces. Maybe bishop d4 attacking the rook. I don't know. That's a question to Benjamin. Queen f3 attacking maybe the pawn and wants to bring rook g1. Why is it saying it's a mistake? It's also a wonder to me. Maybe, I don't know. Seems to me a normal move. So many misses, mistakes, and everything, each move.
Yes. I don't know what this engine is thinking because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing his thoughts here.
Yeah, I mean, engine is saying that white is +2. It means not only clearly better, but winning. So there should be some very, very good move, which I cannot really
Well,
see.
how about knight to h4? It's looking a little bit scary, but I don't know.
Bishop
Maybe it's a little
e4.
slow though.
Knight h4 is played, and now queen has to move somewhere. Queen e2, queen g3, 2 moves.
Isn't queen g3 a little bit more forward? Like, meaning there's more there. What's the queen gonna do on e2 though?
He goes on e2. I think the problem was that the knights were protected and there was not much attack there, so the knights were defending
Okay.
each other.
Once again, just also attacking h5, right? There's still that possibility
Yeah,
of
but the
winning that
problem
pawn.
is always for now this rook, yeah?
Discovered. Yeah, fair enough.
Maybe what white wants is to trade the rooks, because this rook d2 was played, and I'm wondering if rook d2 is an idea. With a possible idea that, okay, this h5 pawn is going to fall at some moment, trying to attack. No, bishops of white are for sure really, really strong, and queen d3 now is played. I think, this rook on c5 is simply too strong. White should try some kind of a way to exchange some of the pieces, but not the bishops. Either the rook or the queen, in order to, try to take the most out of it. Actually, f5. And now simply bishop f3 attacking the pawn.
Yeah, f5 did just close down that h5. Well, the rook from the h5 pawn, so yeah, perhaps that's an idea.
Okay, actually, no, I wanted to say that you can win the pawn, but not now.
Mm. But you know that knight on g6 is looking a little bit loose now too.
Very awkward
Maybe there's
knight,
some,
yeah.
yeah, maybe there's some way to attack that knight as well. And that bishop on b2 is also very strong. Very, very strong. It's
And bishop
looking
h5
right.
immediately attacking the knight. Yes, you're right.
Yes. This just loses the... Oh, there's even an exchange here potentially, right? With queen to d8, but
Wait,
I don't know if that's technically good,
what
but
about
I'm
queen d8? Yes.
yeah, first and then
Queen
taking that
d8.
knight.
And then just take. Wait. Queen d8 check takes and takes the knight. Just winning a piece, casually. Winning a piece and winning the game. Let's go.
Just casually winning the game.
Okay, there is maybe some... okay, wait, bishop is under attack now. I wanted to say rook d2, but... Okay, now maybe bishop d1 to stop rook from entering... Yeah, and he's going for it. It's very safe, you know, you're just stopping rook from entering to c2. And now, wait, we
Absolutely.
have one pawn only for a bishop, which is not enough.
And they have equally around the same time on the clock, but black does have a little less time here. And a worse position, which you have to take into account, right? So it's not going to be so easy to find a way to potentially draw or to gain some sort of advantage, because if white plays perfectly here, not much can be done.
I think that there is simply too much of resources for white, you know, to protect all the pawns and... Okay, knight is jumping here, but there can be even take here. The one problem is that there are too limited material, like 3 pawns. Oh, okay, but this is winning. This is... Okay, he's just transposing to the position being up an exchange, and yeah, he's just taking this
Yeah, really
pawn.
smart.
Yeah, this was
Might
actually
as
very
well
smart, yeah.
simplify. Yes, and then just not give them any chances at all.
Okay, this is just something we have to take care that there is no... Okay, yeah, that's why king comes to g2, and now if e3 takes, king is always in time to stop that. And meanwhile, just rook b8 and promoting that pawn. This is going to be a win for white, unless something huge will be blundered, which I don't think is going to be. Okay, this takes, and just promoting. That was actually super smart, this bishop d2 move with... Or wait, was it bishop d3?
Very nice.
Attacking that rook and going to the endgame. Benjamin Bok is beating Vladislav Artemiev and promoting to the losers finals already.
Very well done, and I always like that little sacrifice in the end to promote your pawn. It's nice.
Yeah, it was super nice. I think it was very, instructive point here that there is like this limited material for white, and the point is after knight d5, this bishop e2 move, you kind of give up your two bishops for a rook, but the knight against the rook in this endgame is not enough, and it's just winning. So maybe this kind of endgame, if black wins the pawn on b4, it's still very it's very hard still to try to win, because there is this extra pawn on the b file which might promote, but he's just making it easy, winning the game, going to the finals of the Division 2 loser brackets. And meanwhile, the last match started for today, the losers finals, where we have Alexander Grishuk facing Alexander Bortnik. This is the last match we're going to have for today in the Division 3, and in a few moments we will also have started the match of the loser brackets of Division 2. So Benjamin Bok promotes, and he should play Levon Aronian, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, because Keimer won against Aronian, and that's what we're going to have today. These two matches.
It went by very quickly,
Yeah,
as
very,
I
very
thought it
quickly.
would.
We didn't have
Yeah.
much chance to look the game.
And it seems like some players want to go into Armageddon, as we saw earlier as well. I
Was
wonder if
it?
it's a way to preserve your energy too and not play too many, games and just play one very solid game. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if this was a draw offer. This bishop f5. If you jump knight h4, I will go back, and then it's a draw. But I don't know. I'm just looking because remember we were talking about this draw offer, and it was actually
Yes.
it. No, I just remember that we were just wondering. Oh no, he's going knight e1. Of course, no. He wants to push e4 in this position. No draws here. Okay, e4 is a question. Wait, e4. Okay, bishop h3 has to be played because bishop g4, then bishop is going to be. Okay, actually not trapped, but still there's bishop h3. I was scared the bishop will be trapped there because of this, g6 square. Bishop cannot go retreat back, but bishop h3 luckily is there for black to trade the pieces, trade these bishops. Maybe a good idea for black. Would you take here on g2 with black or okay?
Oh, with black. Eventually, you don't have to take right away, but if I was white, I would definitely not take the bishop on h3. That's for
Yeah.
sure. You don't want to bring your opponent's queen closer to you. And I think when I was a little lower rated, I would see this very often where in this position they would trade off their bishop, take on h3, and allow their queen to come in. Um, and it's you don't need to be the one who trades off here as well. Your king is always able to take that bishop on g2. So but yeah, I think, if I were black, I'd wait until the right moment. If you don't take right away and there's a better move, sure. But, if it goes along with your plans, then yeah, go for it. Take it. So it just really depends what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I also agree about that. That maybe you just have to take it at the right time and a little bit to wait. But here actually some interesting stuff happening. b5, giving away the pawn. With a knight you cannot really take because the pawn on e4 would fall. So that's why c takes b5. And now knight goes back to c7. Interesting idea from black to try to destabilize the center because there was this very nice e4, d5, c4 center, and this b5 is trying somehow to explode everything there. Maybe at some moment there could be some e6 idea to also try to break the center in d5. a4 was played protecting rook fb8, rook e1,
That
a6.
d5 pawn is also very nice. It creates a nice outpost on c6. But of course, as you mentioned with e6, there's a chance that'll be traded off, and then you have your isolated queen pawn position, which can be very tricky.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to be really, really careful. Interesting stuff is happening. So black is now down one pawn. Black is playing a6, giving another pawn, takes, and not taking back, but playing c4, intermediate move, attacking the knight. And in this position, we can see that on a file currently there are 3 pawns for white, but okay, obviously one is going to be taken. Probably the second one also might be taken in some way. But very interesting idea. Probably knight, the square on c5 would be good for the knight. Let's say knight a6, knight c5. Okay, a7 intermezzo, rook takes a7, and now knight f4. The question is, okay, actually now, so earlier we had king's Indian defense, and now in some way we transposed to the Benko gambit with the attack on the queen side. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the queen side right now, at least for white. It seems like there's some holes here as well. Like b3, if the queen moves away from defending b3, the piece can potentially go there and sit there. It's not the most pleasant. The white squares are, or the dark squares are also looking a little bit weak. Perhaps the bishop can be brought out to defend.
Bishop is being pinned to b2, right? To protection.
Right.
That's
So can't be brought out to defend very easily. There needs to be another way for white to defend there. So yeah, I don't really know how I feel about the queen side for white here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I now that everything somehow changed. Earlier, I felt like, okay, white has so much space advantage. It was clearly that white was better to me. But currently, with this attack going on the queen side, pawn being pushed to c4, creating a nice outpost for the knight on c5. Knight from f6 jumping all the way to e5, also very nice place, potentially to d3. It's getting a little bit tricky for white. Of course, this something like bishop e3 can be an attack, yeah, and this is a tempo, and then maybe there is one move time for white to defend that pawn on b2. But also you have to calculate all kind of tactics, because rook takes b2, knight on c3 is hanging. I mean, it's scary thing. That's the main point, of Benko. So what we had in the opening was King's Indian defense. This is what is Queen's Indian defense. Yeah, when black is developing the pieces like this. But in a few moments after this b5 push, we transposed actually to Benko Gambit, which is going following. I will just show quickly so you understand. B5 here is being played immediately on the third move, takes. And okay, sometimes there's also a6 played, takes, bishop takes, and such kind of opening approximately. I don't know exactly all of the moves, but
So
something
you don't
like
castle
this.
in this opening then?
This is a
Okay.
Benko Gambit. An idea of Benko Gambit is to create the pressure on the queen side, and that's what we have having currently after basically transposing from the King's Indian defense to the Benko Gambit. We have this similar, structure. So that's yeah. I mean, pretty nice for black, because pieces are pinned for white. Pieces are pinned to defend so many squares. Bishop cannot get out. Rook and knight protecting the a4, also queen. Bishop is very nice, right? Looking all the way there from d7.
Absolutely. So you're right. The pieces feel very passive, and they're just pinned as you were mentioning. And that knight on g4 is looking quite scary, as you mentioned before as well. So I'm thinking, what can white do here to unpin themselves? Because I first, you think about the center, and is there some sort of pawn break potentially? But then e5 is being covered so well that there's really nothing there. And playing on the king side, all of white's pieces on the queen side, so there needs to be some sort of, I guess, idea there.
I think it's
But
also
I don't quite
yeah.
see it.
Sorry. I think it's also dangerous, to start attack against the king, because your king is actually, with white, is weaker than the king of the black, because you're missing that bishop on g2, which was usually protecting. And if you start pushing like h4, h5, you have to make sure that your king is not getting into the trouble. So I think that currently for white, the problem is to try to take care of the attack which is currently going on. This is what white is trying to do. First of all, removing the rook to a3, a little bit awkward square, but still at some moment rook can join the game from the third rank, and now bringing the rook to second rank to protect the b2 pawn, so that they can finally develop this bishop which was standing here for 22 moves without any move. And wow, bishop c3, giving up that strong bishop from g7 on c3. Normally you do it only to okay, in this case he's winning back the pawn, but normally you do it with some reason. You don't give up the bishop just for nothing. So probably he decided
Yes.
to take that pawn on a4 because knight was protecting it.
But so what was the reason besides taking the pawn? I mean, as you were mentioning, it's a very strong bishop. And I think there needs to be enough compensation to justify it. So
Yeah, I think that he simply decided that it's enough of waiting, and he just traded that bishop. And maybe also the point is that this bishop is not such a strong piece like the knights. Even though bishop can come out somewhere. Okay. But maybe after bishop e3 there is knight e3, you have to always check that. Rook b7 is also another idea. But now knight is coming to this nice outpost on c5. Remember, earlier created by this push of c4.
Yes. And that knight there will definitely be a problem. White still has that outpost on c6 as well. Maybe there's a possibility there because right now, the knight on f4, it's not doing too much.
Yeah, maybe knight could jump all the way to c6 to create some threats. It's possible.
Yes, I would like to see that.
Just I think the thing is that there could be at some moment some e6, and that's what he has to take care of, and that's why knight is standing here. But maybe it's possible just to go all the way there.
Yeah, I just want to see if it's possible, as you mentioned, and how you can really utilize that piece on c6 as well. But the bishop on e3 now is quite nice because the knight can't easily just go on the outpost on c5 because I'm sure they'll trade right away because that knight is better on that outpost than the bishop or white's bishop is. So
yeah, and that's what he's doing. He's taking instantly on c5, not letting this chance go. But I'm just interested in these pawns. Okay, they are double pawns, not so well, but potentially if the knight is being traded on d3, this pawn can become a passer, and also pawn on c3 can be easily attacked.
Yeah, that knight on d3 is quite strong. Once again, another nice little outpost.
Yeah, I don't know. This e5, d6, of course, white can try to create the passer there, but also, black can attack the knight, then attack the pawn, and, try also to create something. Computer is saying it's equality. It's just a draw, but, I mean, this position is, I think, very, okay, I would not say very difficult in a way, but there are so many moves you still have to take care of. For example, there could be a simple draw with the same evaluation, like, let's say you would have just the same position, but just with one pawn per each side, but you have so many pawns, so many weaknesses, so many potential passers that, this evaluation is, of course, it's good to know it now for us, but is it so easy? It's very rich, I think, position.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider this easy personally. I think you really have to know what you're doing here. And of course, once again, with less than 2 minutes on the clock, we have to consider that, and that just makes it so much more difficult. And we know how much you have to calculate for endgames as well, so it's not so simple.
Yeah, now, for example, this pin, king forced to go to f3. Now the question is if there is something else there. Okay, some h5 move, and computer for some reason doesn't like it. Maybe there is some e5, d6. Very fast. I mean, I would try it for white. If I was white, I would try to push for it, but maybe the idea is just to stop king from coming out. And okay, king, you can protect king f8, and there is a check, so there is already an opportunity to make a draw, I think. King f8, king g7, that's a draw if white wants it. Okay, and white probably wants it.
We're about to find out if black's going to allow it.
Okay, also there is this check, but obviously king f6, there is e5. You cannot go forward, so it's either protecting the pawn from f8 or some kind of check, or I don't know, some rook a1 move if it's working. e5, oh, actually...
Okay,
oh,
not going for the draw.
It was tricky from white. It was very tricky. You know why? Because he repeated 2 times, and he let, black think if black wants to repeat or not, and black spent a lot of time and repeated, but then white didn't repeat with e5.
Oh wow, that's hilarious. I mean, I don't know. That's what would you call it? It's
Trick.
like it's what?
Sorry.
There's a word for it, but I
Uh,
was gonna say besides tricky, there's a word for it, but I like that, you're using the time at this point, right? Like forcing your opponent to take time.
this is some kind of,
Um,
bluff in a way we can say, like the.
yeah, a bluff. I guess you can call it that. So, wow. I think that's a first for me. I've not seen that yet in these games, but I'm sure it happens quite often, but now that you mention it, I'm aware of it that it does happen where I'm sure there's times your opponent makes moves in order to make you waste time, and I hear that about making confusing moves when your opponent is low on time. And this was about drawing, right? Like forcing black to think about it. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
For sure. And here we see like rook a2, apparently a mistake. Maybe some d6 or rook b8, d6 ideas are in the air for white. I think very, very dangerous. Rook b8, king g7, and maybe now d6, creating this passer. That's what we were discussing earlier. That's very, very dangerous. Wow, king goes forward. King d6, king c6, supporting the pawn. Oh my gosh.
All of a sudden the position just has flipped in a way. I mean, it's much more difficult now for black. But the position was draw-ish, so there's that. But the way that white was able to create this opportunity and black is running out of time with 10 seconds on the board, is very creative.
For sure. I mean, like, remember just a few moves ago, we just had this evaluation bar somewhere in the middle, and it was saying, oh, it's zero, it's a draw, it's equality. And here we are at the position where white has this very dangerous D pawn, which is about to promote to a queen with the help of this king and the rook. And unfortunately, knight cannot really help that much. And well, it looks like the pawn is just going to promote. I don't see how black can stop it, but who knows? Maybe white will lose on time. It's possible.
With 2 seconds versus 18 seconds on the clock, I'm not sure about that, but anything's possible as we have learned in the past 4 days.
Everything is possible for sure.
Yes, so now it's just very.
Yeah, this is over.
Yeah.
Taking all the pieces, taking the knight. Okay, black is still trying, not losing the hope till the last moment. Trying to create some, and okay, resigning. Okay, so we have Grishuk winning the first game of the losers finals already of the Division 3. We are quickly jumping to the losers finals in the Division 2 because that's where the action is going right now. We have Levon Aronian playing against Benjamin Bock. Levon Aronian lost to Vincent Keimer in the match in the winner bracket, so now. And Benjamin Bock won so many matches, eliminating Anish Giri, just now eliminating Artemyev. Pretty incredible performance, and now facing Levon Aronian, the top grandmaster, and actually having a winning position according to the computer. Wait.
I was thinking for white. Oh, I see, because of the hanging f2 pawn. But maybe there's for white opportunities of raising that rook onto the h file as well. But white's king is a little too exposed with that f2 pawn and the g pawn missing. And black's queen being on f6 can easily start some trouble on the king side. And as we can see with white's queen, it's on a4. It's completely disconnected because of the e4 pawn from the queen side.
Yeah, exactly. I
So
mean, there
white
is
will,
just there are just too many problems with the king of white for sure, and
yeah, white will have to, make a few moves in order to get their queen into the game again. It's just not really doing much besides attacking the knight on c6. However, black seems to have quite a bit of threats here with their vulnerable king.
I don't know actually what to play for white. He has still a lot of time, 6 minutes against 3 minutes, so he can easily spend 3 minutes of those to figure out what is the move here. Because yeah, as you mentioned, queen f2 is a huge threat, like check and potentially some checkmate ideas. Also, the huge threat is to take on d1, and to take then the knight on g5. So that's another idea. So yeah, queen a4 was played. I mean, maybe it's a normal move, but I would probably rather keep the queen somewhere to protect the king. But okay, let's see what is happening. Rook d to f1, protecting the pawn, but now there should be some other checks in the position. Check. And maybe f6. No, maybe not. I don't know if it's working or not.
With f6, it does remove the defender of f3. So I can definitely see some problems arising from that.
My problem is with f6 move is that I'm opening the ideas of queen to enter somewhere on the, to the king. That's a problem. This diagonal is getting open, and maybe that's why f6 cannot really be.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Then you have, as you mentioned, the same problems for black's king, because there's still plenty of pieces that are, aiming at the black king here.
So knight e7 was played, actually pretty nice move, removing this potential idea of queen to take on c6 and bringing the king where it belongs to an attack on the king side. Attack on the king against this white's king on h2, which is very, very loose, very exposed there. And how to defend for white? Maybe queen has to return back, queen c2, queen e2.
Yeah, I think bringing in the queen here would be very important. It might take a while, and there's definitely chances that black can create some sort of initiative by then.
Now that I see it, the only problem is queen c2 is that rook e2 attacking the queen, attacking the pawn on f2. It's not really possible to bring the queen. f4, opening the king so much. Wait, rook d2? What is it? What is happening? Wait, rook d2 feels like very close to some kind of checkmate.
Rook d2 and possibly bring the other rook to
Okay, take may be also possible.
well.
I don't see a problem with take. Okay, and now rook d2 check, maybe. Now rook d2 check. The problem is that rook cannot go to g4, king takes, and queen takes on g5.
Yeah, so now the f4 pawn is very strong too.
Yes.
The king can't go on g3, but it probably wouldn't have been possible anyways because of rook to d3 here.
Oh my god, the point was that queen can jump there to defend the king. Okay, that was the whole idea, but wait. Black is currently up a pawn. There are ideas to play rook d2, queen d2, queen e2 checks. Maybe even, okay, I don't know if trade is so good, but I guess after trade, rook d2, we can win b2 pawn. Though you have to be careful about the f7. Or maybe even just take an f6. But okay, knight g6 was played. And now this knight is actually a very nice piece, protecting on f7. Maybe f6 has to be played to defend. Then there is knight e6. Okay, there were just so many threats, so many ideas. Okay, f6, but then knight e6, probably rook d7 protects. Or also there is some
how
checkmate.
about pawn f6 at that point as well? Pawn takes f6 here.
Oh wait, I completely missed that there is this, but I think knight f3, rook f3, and then knight takes.
No.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, everything falls there.
It doesn't work, unfortunately, but probably
no,
rook
it doesn't.
a to d7.
Okay, well, how about okay, yes.
Just to
Now
defend, you know?
G7 is not possible. Yeah, not possible here.
And now white has to try to create some kind of counterattack here on the king side, because rook d2 is a huge threat to win the pawn on b2, cutting those pawns and creating even more weaknesses for white. King f7 is also an idea. Okay, not right away, but rook g to f1 so that there is no knight f3. Yeah, but now this check and pawn is gone, so he's protecting. There is also knight f3. Interesting, maybe to look at it, but maybe it's not working. Maybe just also look at the time situation. Black is getting low on time.
Oh yeah, black is very low on time. 30 seconds to 4 minutes here.
I remember how Benjamin was playing this first game against Artemiev, and he was completely winning according to computer. Of course, it was not so easy with a low time, but he was, because of that, being so low on time, and he didn't find that winning move, and that's where it repeats. He's again getting lower in time, having a huge position, having winning position. Of course, it's just a one pawn, but it's an end game, and rook and the knight, it should be enough normally to convert. But it still can, go out of control, and maybe white will have a chance to draw this game.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out right now with 13 seconds on the clock. What do you think the ideas for black here, if they just really, since they're so low on time, what do you think they should be doing here?
I was just wondering if rook d2 was an idea, because just in this position, if there was rook d2, and knight f3, this kind of idea. I don't know if it was working at all. Just going to the knight endgame and trying to win knight get game, because it felt like it would be much better, or like much easier to win. But maybe this endgame is also fine. The ideas for black, I would say, like, first idea, what I was thinking, that trade the rooks and go to the knight endgame and try to win it there, because we had like these two pawns on the king side and so many pawns on the queen side. But now that there are rooks still at the board, there are different ideas. I would say that rather one of the ideas for white is how to hold, is that to have this rook on the second rank to protect, and as they try to do, to trade as many pawns as possible. So if magically these pawns could disappear, from the board, then it would be a draw. But of course, magic is not happening on the chessboard. It's only allowed in Hogwarts. So we don't have this here.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, you see, like, no, I don't think knight g5 is an idea, because trading the knights, I would say rather rook endgame would be looking drawish for me, but I don't know. He still goes for a rook endgame. Very interesting. Okay, still up a pawn for black, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I thought black might try to just well, I guess no, this is probably better for black, just trade everything off and then, have that pawn end game, because of the, him being so low on time here. But I thought that maybe white would try to hold off here, so, it's not so easy for them to just, promote their pawns or just push their pawns and win the game here.
Of course, white doesn't want to take the rook. I think that what currently Elaynah is looking at is it rook d3, rook f3, or rook g3. Okay, I don't think it's rook f3. I think he's looking at this rook d3. I would probably instantly... What? He's calculating. No, but this looks like winning for black.
Well, it's much easier for black to win now, correct? They could just come in and just take
Okay, now
those
it's a
pawns,
question.
gobble them up.
Yeah. Wait. He's just taking this pawn and he's capturing everything and winning.
Yeah, now the question is, will he manage to do all of that within 4 seconds? It's pretty self-explanatory, so there's definitely a high chance that he can, so.
But I thought even this should be winning, just going forward, but okay. Ah, actually going forward it's a draw. Ah, okay, so king d6 is the only move. And Levon Aronian resigned. Benjamin Bok is beating
Wow.
the Levon Aronian. Incredible game.
Good game.
I mean, and actually this position, he had such a little time and he immediately went for this and said, okay, the pawn endgame should be winning for me. And Levon Aronian somehow questioned it. You know, he calculated something that he can try to play for a draw here, but after takes, sorry, wait, in this position it's still, right? It's still winning. Takes, of course, pawn cannot take because this pawn will be a passer. So here b5 was a very important move from black.
Yeah, freezing both the A and C pawn here.
Exactly,
Very nicely
nice.
done.
King e6, c6, taking the pawn, and now when white attacked the pawn on e5, very important that king c6, there would be king e5, king c4, king e6, king c5, and white is simply coming to that pawn and taking it into draw. So that's why
very
king d6
well
was
spotted
super.
and very quickly too.
He spotted very quickly. Yeah, I'm shocked.
Yeah. With 4 seconds on the clock, I guess at this point it's just intuitive for him.
I think maybe he was like calculating at the time when Levon was thinking, you know, about this take on e5 with the rook, and you know, as people say, like just have to study endgames. You know, we can say that to Levon. So yes, even the top players make mistakes.
Very important. But you know, endgames become so much more interesting once you actually understand them. I think people just don't like them because they don't really get them, right? And they're not the easiest thing to get. And it's like, oh, a pawn move just changes the whole, you know, position, right? It can be quite complicated, but I do think that you develop an appreciation for it the more you study it.
Yes, a chat saying they don't feel bad anymore messing up the end games if the top players are doing that. As fully agreed, like, you know, even like he has, you know, not even an excuse there because he had 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay, so what do we have here? Some attack on the queen side.
Yeah, this looks like a very close position with the king's castle on the opposite side, and interesting pawn tension going on between b5 and c4 here, and that x-ray of piece, well, you know, the major pieces, if that's what you would call it, with the queen and the rooks lined up. So the whole position looks really interesting. So it looks like black has quite the attack potentially. Now looking at the queen side, the king side, at the black king. Once again, we had a similar position last time, except with the bishops facing the G and H pawns. But here we have the rook on the G and H files. However, once again, well, what do you think of G6 now? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, G6 is for sure a threat. The only thing is here that the knight is defending it, but now that I see that bishop is also attacking this e6 bishop, so there could be, you know, some tension because this pawn on f7 cannot, you know, take care of both squares. So after, let's say, h, g, pawn takes here, after knight takes on g6, bishop e6 would win a piece, so that's very important for black not to blunder. But black is actually not caring about g6 and trying to open up the game on the queen side. Meanwhile, apparently some miss What is computer saying? What was here a move? Aha, bishop e6. Oh, okay, that was interesting. Bishop e6, pawn takes e6, and some kind of h6. Trying to open up everything. Okay, let's go back to the game. DC apparently mistake, bishop d5, and now... Okay,
I just
pawn...
noticed their games, Alexander and Alexander. Did they both pronounce it Alexander and one just has an O in the front? How does that word? I don't think I've ever heard of Alexander, though. Alexander I know of.
It's like
But is it
Alexander
supposed to be?
is like Ukrainian name. Like Alexander is like how it's written in like in Russian it's Alexander, and in Ukrainian it's Alexander. So basically it's
Oh, okay.
Sasha was like Sasha
Yeah,
versus
Sasha
Sasha,
for
as Chad
both.
is saying.
Yeah, I always think it's funny how there's some, names that are translated in American
Hmm.
that are so different in Russian. Like completely different letters, right? Completely pronounced differently, just a whole different name. But
Yeah.
don't know how who decided on the translations, but they're
I,
quite wild.
yeah, I think it's also decided, for example, when I was, because my name is Angelika and I write it, everywhere, like when I'm commentating or streaming, it was G. But actually, in my pass, this name is with Z and H. So it's like ANZH, Angelika, like this. And for example, if I give someone my, for example, when I go to the doctor or whatever, and they always pronounce my name in Germany like Angelika, because there is no such sound as Z and H. But according to like official transliteration or transcription or like translation rules, of the names, this is how it's supposed to be. This is Angelica, but yeah, it's really
Yeah,
not.
exactly. It's so different. And it makes sense, I guess, because of the pronunciation as you were just discussing. So, very good point, but it really is interesting.
The chat is saying is just Angel, yeah. Okay, let's see what is happening here. Some fireworks. So bishop takes, pawn takes, and now apparently f5, some kind of mise.
Wow.
Okay, evaluation bar
F5.
cannot really decide. By the way, Elaynah, look at the time. Oh, and h6 is on the board. Wow.
30 seconds for Grishchuk and over 4 minutes left for Y in this position. That's
What is
insane.
happening? I mean, the evaluation bar cannot decide what is going on. Okay, this saying it's a mistake. So h6, a great move. Have you ever seen pawns like standing like this?
Yeah, I have, and it's always like, which do you take first? Do you know what I mean? You have to be careful which you take first because if you take the wrong one, you mess everything up.
And here,
So,
actually, rook g6 was the best move. Rook
uh,
g6, and the idea that after knight takes g6, there is queen at g3. Okay, it's absolutely wild. You don't see it from...
wow. Yeah, that's not, again, not easy to see, especially with the time here. But White does have quite a bit of time, so they could have thought about it, but maybe it's as if you mentioned earlier. Oh, wow, okay.
Wait, queen
Uh,
d2, a blunder? What?
well, the
Wait,
knight takes, and
knight
then
takes and what then? Rook? And king
can you
goes
get out of
away.
it?
Was it a...
The Oh, the king just goes away, yes. So,
Was
oh
it a
boy.
mouse slip or... What
Yeah,
was
I'm not
it?
quite sure. But black does have very little time on the board, so I
Maybe
can
it was a
kind of
mouse slip,
understand.
I don't know. Okay, maybe he's trying to find a way for like kind of a draw here, but the attack on the
Hmm.
king is really huge. Like you have almost a
Yes.
checkmate.
Yes, I don't. There's also that knight that was just hanging as well.
And also 3
But yeah.
minutes on the clock, so it's like a lot of time.
Yes. Very difficult for black to win here because of the time issue, on top of the huge disadvantage.
Absolutely. Chad is saying that it was probably no mouse leave, just he was scared of the huge attack. Maybe he just wanted probably to, to give up the queen for the. In this case, we have like a knight on the board, but just to create some opportunity for this rook b2 potential idea of the perpetual check and the draw. But I mean,
It would
it's
be
a
quite funny if there was a way for black to
Oh,
win here
yeah,
earlier.
this
Okay,
is
traded off the
it.
queen for the rooks. Very smart, might as well.
That was a smart one.
Have
Just
two
giving up a
rooks,
queen.
might as well. Yeah, really difficult. I mean, like, he's just up 5 points here. A whole rook.
And we have a result. 1-1. So we're going to see Armageddon game in this losers brackets finals. So this is really exciting, always to see Armageddon game. While they are preparing and giving their bids, let's go to the other match which we are looking at. Benjamin Bok against Levon Aronian. Bok has just won a pretty nice game with the black pieces and having white right now. With a draw, I mean, if he plays a draw, then he is actually going to win the loser brackets and is going to face tomorrow Keimer, actually. So this is the only chance for Aronian to win this game, to try to play the Armageddon game. What do you think here?
Well, here I'm seeing this is probably bad, but I was seeing something with e6 possibly.
I was looking at it for a long time after the castle.
Yeah, I did too, and I was like, what is there with e6? You have these three pieces looking at e6. And then with knight to f5 too, I'm like, is there a way to just maybe knight, e6 takes fork and then just win that, win that knight back? But maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, apparently it was, I mean, also Engine didn't say anything to us, like this evaluation bar was not dropping anywhere, so I guess it was not possible. But here we can see that queen on g4, and some pieces are looking towards the king side for white, maybe some attack, but be careful about this g2 pawn. Probably f3 should be played. But then the question is not queen getting trapped there, because there is some f5 ideas.
Oh, that's very true.
Okay, there is always bishop e6. You have to be careful, right, about pushing the pawn. And Benjamin is taking time. What is, if not f3 here? Maybe d5? What do you think?
Knight e4, maybe? What do you think of that?
Then for sure f5, I think.
You're right. That's scary.
Bishop e6, probably it's not enough, yeah?
Yeah, you're right. I don't think that is enough, so have to look out for those forks.
Yeah, for sure. Especially in this time control. So fast everything is
how
going.
about just d5 here? What do you think of d5?
Yeah, d5, I was thinking also possible. The question is like, because after pawn takes, bishop takes, it feels like fine, but after e5, there is a threat of f5, so that's why I thought it's a little bit, dangerous, because we are allowing with white for black's pawn to get, this roll. So maybe that's why he went for this f3. Also, pawn on d5 would be a little bit weak, I would say. But
Yeah. Blocking the bishop, but yeah, it might cause some other weaknesses.
I think he also looks out for some ideas.
Yeah, I keep staring at that e6 pawn. I'm like, there has to be something there,
Yeah.
How about like bishop to h6 and then maybe something like e6, but perhaps there's enough time to respond to that. Well,
King h8 being
I
played.
think black was seeing
move.
it. That's why, yeah, they made that move.
Yeah, this is a nice one. So this is a prophylactical move, and also the idea that no more this bishop e6 is in the picture because there will be no check out there. And I'm a little bit scared for this queen on g4 because we have seen so many queen sacrifices, queen I don't know, queen's blunders. Remember that queen took on f6 and bishop instantly bishop g5 taking care of that queen.
Yeah,
That
there's definitely
was
been a theme going on with queen blunders since
yeah.
yesterday.
I don't know. Somehow, probably chess players simply have problems with the queens.
Especially in faster games, you're moving very quickly, you're just
Yeah.
like, trying to think of what you can do, what are the tactics, what's the strategy, and perhaps not looking at what's being covered completely by the opponent. Who knows? Or just missing it.
Yeah, for sure. Rook g8 is now played, and now I'm getting more and more scared for this queen because it looks like at some moment pawns can start rolling there. And
Yeah.
earlier,
Plus, I really
yeah,
don't like that knight on h4. Even though, it's a knight on the edge, it's very a huge nuisance, that knight. Just looking at it, right? It's sitting there and it's just like it's allowing something like f5 possibly and still tackling g2. So it's quite annoying.
so now queen is attacking that pawn actually. So that if f5 is played, then there is bishop takes e6, and that's why Levon protecting the pawn, apparently not a great move. There was maybe something else. Okay.
Yeah, what do we think of knight to e4 here?
Okay, here knight
Yeah,
to e4.
it's attacking the bishop, but the other bishop can take, but then that other bishop's so strong that I don't think that white would mind that, right?
He's playing your move instantly because he heard, okay, Elaynah said knight e4, let's play knight e4.
Smart. I should listen to her more often.
Yes. And maybe then you won't blunder the queen.
Right.
Oh, interesting. G5 idea is that the bishop on h6 is trapped for now.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to win it? Maybe. Wait, rook h6 attacking the bishop? Wait. Okay, maybe there is g3.
Wow, this position is looking very confusing though at the same time because there's just so much going on now with the bishop in the edge, the knight on the edge, what's going to fall, what's the position going to look like in the end. I'm not quite sure. But it can definitely get tricky really quickly here.
I guess both pieces will fall because, okay, bishop is under attack. I think g3 is the only way to try to win that one. Benjamin is getting closer 1 minute on the clock while Levon has comfortably 6 minutes. Okay, g3, but I think it was the only move how to win. I don't know why he spent so much time on it, like 45 seconds. Okay, now he has to take. Why are you spending so much time? Castle? What? But now knight goes... Ah, okay, sorry. It's not possible. I wanted to say why not take, because knight g6, queen f6.
You saw that very quickly.
Yeah, he saw it.
Maybe you calculated that a little bit earlier too.
Yeah, I don't know what...
Yeah, so that knight, once again, is just going to fall. There's no way of really saving it. So it's nice that he was able to make an in-between move and just move the rook to f1, a stronger square.
The only problem for white is that, okay, white is getting that knight, but in exchange for that knight, they're paying with a pawn. And, okay, pawn is a pawn, and an endgame pawn is very important. Being up a pawn in the endgame means winning the game sometimes, or often.
Right. And the position is, again, quite scary for both kings. So, queen to e7 has just been played.
I don't know why it was like saying that it is a mistake. To me, it was a normal move. Bringing the rook to g8, very nice idea. Engine maybe sees something more than we don't see.
Think of h5 here. Okay, h5 the engine did not like, as I said it.
Okay, h5... pretty logical, that you don't want to open the file, but why is it so bad? Wow, G4?
Maybe
Okay.
because it's, well, I'm thinking it's going to fall, sure, but that bishop also is a problem, right? If the rook is moved.
Black is
So,
keeps rolling the pieces on the king side. Incredible. The pawn is falling. There is also opportunity to play something like, okay, first of all, defend, take care of that bishop. Oh, by the way, I just completely blundered that there is this double attack right now. So the rook cannot take, yes, because bishop is falling, but you also have to protect the rook. And maybe you have to play something like bishop g5. Wait. And he
oh
plays
wow,
g3.
okay.
Apparently.
Giving up the rook.
Okay, but I think that there should be some trick. If you take the rook. Ah, wait, your queen is trapped. You cannot take the rook. Pawn takes. 15 seconds for Benjamin Bock. 15 seconds. Is it enough? Okay, now. Okay. I think that there was some problem with engine because it was smoking something. Just now it said that it was a mistake and showed us equality. Look at this. And now it says it's better for black. Now again equality. Okay. Okay, we don't
Yeah,
know.
no. Now it's not equality, so the engine is definitely on something. You're right. What do we think about that bishop on b3 here? I'm wondering if maybe bishop on c2 might be a little bit better because I mean it's just staring at that e6 pawn, and sure if black allows for f5 f7 to fall, but it looks very unlikely here. So I wonder if there's a way for white to get that bishop into play.
And also, bishop is no longer, targeting the king, which was earlier there on g8. Currently, there is no king on g8. There is a rook. Okay, but you're absolutely right. Like, bishop is doing nothing on this diagonal. You have to do something about it. You have to somehow bring it to the game. But for now, I think the huge problem is that there is an attack going on, and if we just start, bringing the bishop, like bishop d1, bishop f3, I don't know if we're in time to protect from that attack. So that's why maybe faster would be to bring the rooks, like rook f2, to cover on the second rank and bring the other rook, or to play king f2, king e2, trying to escape from there. Rook g5.
Okay,
Okay,
interesting. Yes, attacking the
protecting.
h5.
Okay, so many mistakes, one after another being played. And now e5. Now actually we need bishop on b3.
Yeah, now it works.
Now this can be taken, but there is always problems. Is there rook g3, queen g5? And okay, wait, but there is also checkmate. It's not possible. Lemon has 2 minutes. It's actually very funny to, follow the game and commentate on the game, which is like one player has 2 seconds on the clock while the other player has 2 minutes on the clock.
We've been seeing this theme so much the past few games with 5 seconds on the clock versus 4 minutes.
Ah, wait, rook f6. Oh my god.
Wow.
He sacrificed a rook on g3. And now it's 2 rooks against the queen, which is pretty interesting because I don't think that king is in a huge danger. We have seen other endgames, if you remember. Oh wait, actually there is also rook g8, always the threat of the checkmate.
Yes, I was looking at that too. So there's opportunities here for both sides. But as we've discussed multiple times, the queen is tricky usually, but at least in this situation, once the rooks are lined up on the same file, there are threats possible.
Exactly, and the point here is that the draw is enough for Benjamin to promote, to the finals tomorrow, to the grand finals, which will happen tomorrow. So Levon has to make sure he's winning this game in some way, and it's very tough because those two rooks are pretty active. That's why he's trying to bring his bishop here to g5 to block them on this file. Apparently some
I like that bishop on g5. It fixes a lot of the problems.
Exactly, yeah. Apparently making some mistakes, but rook wants to join the f8 square, so that's attacking some king, maybe finding some perpetual. Bishop d5. So many. Wait, what?
There is a blunder
in the rook.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, and a resignation from Benjamin Bach.
Oh my god.
That's such a tragic way to lose the rook. With 5 seconds on the clock, not, again, very difficult to see something like that. A fork such as that one.
Of course, like bishop earlier was protecting that fork, and that's why he was like not really careful enough about that. And that's why, sometimes when you're playing, especially with so much low on time, you know that your bishop is covering d1, you have this in your, subconsciousness, and you play bishop d5 because you think that this threat is taken care of, but here it is, queen d1, and resignation. So we're going to see Armageddon.
Can I, wait, so, okay, yes. I was thinking of something else, but never mind. Okay, Armageddon.
And
wait, what are we looking at now? I got lost for a second. I was so into that game. I'm like, wait, can I find something else? But I couldn't. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, let's move on here because in the Division 3 loser brackets final, we have Armageddon game already ongoing for quite a while. We can see both players have around 3-4 minutes on the clock. About the bidding to this match, Bortnik bids 10 minutes. Last few matches he was bidding 10 minutes confidently.
This game is also looking really interesting. We have the black rook on d2, so there might be some action going on over there. d3 is looking a little bit weak, and now the pawns or the rooks are both on the second rank, and as we've seen in multiple games, it can get very ugly really quickly when your opponent is able to get on the 7th or the second rank, right? So this is going to definitely be an interesting game.
I don't understand why computer is saying that it's not a good move. Rook c2 is a huge threat. But yeah, just to say that Grishuk started with 8 minutes. He was bidding 8 minutes. Bortnik bid 10 minutes. I don't know if Grishuk knew that Bortnik would bid something like 10 minutes, if he would bid something like 9 minutes, 59 seconds. Just to make sure.
I'm wondering here if there is a potential rook sacrifice on g7. Just looking at it right off the bat. I'm not quite sure, but I was thinking since the rook on e1 is on the open file, there might be some sort of play with the queen and the rook. But wow, okay, rook first comes up to e8. That's definitely an option as well. So I guess it's not so easy once again for black. But black's position still looking really, or white's position still looking very scary here. Because they're going to have to keep checking because g2 is just so extremely weak here.
The both sides are under attack, and it's a question like who is going to checkmate first. We see evaluation bar says to us casually 0, it's equal, it's draw. Again, it's Armageddon game, draws prefers black. If there is a draw, Grishuk is winning this game. This match, sorry. King f7, forking those two rooks. The king is doing a fork.
But with a diagonal being open for the queen, though, there's a sacrifice right on g7, and then maybe some sort of, attack once again with the queen and rook, as we were discussing earlier, but the sequence was a little bit different. So maybe that is why, this is considered a drawish position.
That's
just because black cannot start their attack.
It's getting very interesting now, yes, after the sacrifice on g7. Now the question is how can, white try to attack here, because, all the black pieces are looking towards the g2 square, and maybe something like queen g3, bringing the queen somewhere attacking, but you have to make sure you're doing everything with a check, because if you're not making it with a check, there is going to be a checkmate on g2, which is very, very tough. So the only check here is queen e7 or queen g3. That's, you have to decide what you're doing about that. And okay, also there is rook e7, but I think rook e7 is maybe not really, or maybe it's working. I mean, it's very hard actually to say. Queen g3 check, okay. So now the point is king cannot go to h7. It would be a checkmate.
Oh boy.
Wait, what?
So black will be left with the rook after this. Because there really is no way of checking the king after this with this
Oh my
queen
God.
sacrifice, right? So then this is a winning endgame for black.
I think that he was not expecting this queen f7 at all, because he thought like, how can you, attack that, protect the king with with the queen. But actually, yeah, when you're just taking on g2 later, and it's going to be just a winning pawn endgame, as Elaynah said. So, but one more time, the draw is enough. So even if like the position repeats, it's enough for black. Very interesting, because both previous games were so fighting for these players that probably that's why Bortnik was picking the white pieces, trying somehow to find a way to. Okay, this looks like okay, actually the computer said now it's equality, so probably no one can do anything here.
Yeah, I calculated in my head and I thought that white or black would be up a rook here if they played it right. But no, I think I calculated wrong. So
Yeah.
interesting.
So yeah, we probably are.
What was the sequence that was winning for black here then? Because it didn't seem so simple once again.
I think that just first taking on b2 and then taking on g2. So like just trying to win as many pawns as possible, and then to take on g2. But I mean, for just simple for Grishuk, it doesn't matter, because for him draw is enough, and
I see.
That's the whole point. He's okay with a draw, and he can even funnily play here h5 move. Yeah, I wanted to say h5, king h2, and it's like, and it's
a nice draw. Or yeah, nice stalemate here.
So basically he's teasing white, because like, in order to win this match, Bortnik would have to mate him, and Grishuk is like, here, I'm allowing you to mate, but not mate, but stalemate me, and that's how the game finishes. So we have Grishuk promoting for tomorrow's grand finals. He's going to face Sarana again, right? I think, yes. So Sarana won against Grishuk in the previous match in the winner semifinals, and tomorrow he's going to challenge him again. So that's why, winning one time is not enough. You have to win the player 2 times. So that's going to be a match for tomorrow. We're going back for our match, Benjamin Bok against Levon Aronian. And here we go. This is Armageddon game already. So 1-1. Aronian managed to win the previous game. And the beating was following. Bok beat 7 minutes and 45 seconds, while Levon beat 6 minutes and 59 seconds, and he takes black, obviously. Don't want to take, almost 7 minutes and then take white. So draw prefers black. If there is a draw, then it means that Levon Aronian is going to win. What do we have here in position? Some middle game already.
Looking like a interesting position. Okay, white is offering a trade here with the queens on c5. And I black has an isolated queen pawn on d5, so of course it won't be an ideal endgame if obviously white tries to push it to endgame since isolated queen pawns don't do well in endgames, which is seems what they might be potentially doing here as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is this isolated queen pawn on d5. That's why the positions, when you're trading the pieces, it can be getting pretty tricky. The more pieces white can manage to trade, normally there is a rule that the better it is for white because the pawn is becoming weaker and weaker, and we can assume that in the pawn endgame it is for sure winning for white. I mean, most likely, but yeah, we see some trades happening here. I would say Aaron might be pretty confident in his position to trade so fast because I would still think for some time before trading because this is still a weakness, and I see also rook entering somewhere on the 7th rank, and but of course like rook e7 can always protect, so there is always a way, like for example rook c7, rook e7, rook c8, rook e8, and we repeat it and it's a draw, and Levon Aronen is a winner. So that's why king f8 was played to cover the square.
All right, so seems like white is going to try to bring their king to the center here, which again smart, probably focusing that d5 pawn as well.
Yeah, exactly. So somehow trying to find a way, to attack this pawn.
Yeah, I do want to see that that knight on d2, perhaps doing a bit more. It seems very passive there right now.
Yeah, maybe
So,
two. Yeah.
Right, redirecting it to attack the d5 pawn, not a bad strategy here.
Yeah, for sure. Like I mean, the question is if you want to trade one more pair of pieces, like protect trading this other knight, or just keep the other knight and bring it to c3, attacking the pawn, and try to create something also against the pawns on the queen side, because rook is actually dominating on the c file, but for now there is not much what can be done. Wait a second.
This is
The
interesting. They gave
pawn
up the
cannot be
d5
taken.
pawn.
Cannot be
Because
taken.
of the fork here. Okay, well, how about something just like f5 or f3 being pushed here?
f5.
f3, sorry.
Oh, sorry. F5.
F3 to kick away that knight, and perhaps just trade off the knights here.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the question here is if knight is going to take. I mean, of course, like now we should take care about the rooks, but let's say it takes. No, he doesn't do it. He's going to c7. Rook e7. Okay, just repeating a couple of times. Of course, he will not repeat because he has to win this game to win the match. And going back now with the rook.
Yeah, the f3 hangs the rook.
Yeah. So the problem is that rook c5 cannot be played because there is knight coming back to e4, attacking the rook one more time. I mean, you can prepare it with f3, but then it weakens e3. Like, I'm a little bit confused what to play here for white. I mean, I would really say, Elaynah, you said already, knight on d2 is doing nothing. Just bring it to c3, trying to attack.
Yeah, and I do like the idea of taking, space up with the kingside pawns, but again, as we the knights are a little bit tricky. You have to be really careful of pushing pawns because you do create certain weaknesses as well by doing that. So yeah, I do think that just maybe better coordinating the knight here wouldn't be too bad of a move.
This is actually a good point because after f4, where does the knight go? The only square is to go without losing a pawn is knight to d7 and then rook c7. Maybe it could be some kind of a way to create initiative for white. What do you think?
Yeah, perhaps, but knights are a little traumatizing, so who knows where that knight can hop around to. So you got to be very careful, right? when you're pushing pawns and attacking knights. But yeah, no, it can definitely work. Definitely. I wonder what, how black would respond after that with rook to c7.
Yeah, I mean, computer likes white's position. I mean, I can definitely understand why. Knight goes to f3. That's what we were talking about. Knight has to go somewhere from d2, and Bok decides to go to f3. And we see it's like exclamation, the question mark means mistake, f6, and the next move, apparently some miss. Players are making some mistake according to engine. I mean, to me, moves looks kind of fine, but maybe there are some deep stuff which we don't see like this with the naked eye. Okay, of course you don't take here. The question is if there is... Oh, wait, I have an idea. What if we play rook c7, rook is... Oh, he takes. Okay, never mind. My idea was to bring the knight to e6 somehow. So for example, maybe just quickly I would show rook c7, rook... I will show with the moves. Rook c7, rook e7, rook... Oh, wait, okay, sorry. I thought we can play this, but the knight is covering this, of course. Not possible. My idea was to bring the knight to e6 with a check. Yeah.
Yeah, whoever missed the game earlier, can you remind me whose game it was where the king was right in the center and there were two knights around and two rooks around the king, and that king was better defended than the king behind the pawns?
Yeah, I think it was...
the first rank?
Bordnik against Safar Lee, probably, yes, it was playing, yes.
Yeah, it reminded me of that because those knights, because of how well they were placed in the center around the king, despite white having their queen and the rook there, it just couldn't do anything because those knights were just covering everything. So, knights can definitely be very scary at times, especially when they're coordinated together.
Exactly, but now I a little bit don't understand. Now there are like two pawns in the center, so not already at the... Not only one pawn isolated, but... two pawns which are connected to each other. And the question now for Benjamin: knight jumped to c3, checking the king. King went to d3. If king goes back to e2, it means there is going to be knight c3 against checking, and it would be a draw with the repetition. Of course, it's not enough for white, so rook f8 was played.
Yeah, what do you think about those two pawns in the center? I don't quite like them. I mean, like, for white, if I was white, I wouldn't really like that.
Because we look from the white's perspective, right?
Yeah, from white's perspective, I don't like it. So,
yeah, I mean, like, sometimes, for example, such pawns which are easily attacked can be named as a hanging pawns. Currently, it's an endgame. We cannot name them hanging pawns because we don't have enough pieces to attack. But if we just compare black's, pawns, there are 3 pawn islands for black and there are 2 pawn islands for white, which normally should, prefer white because, for example, in this case, if pawn takes, this would be another weakness. So it would be another isolated pawn and it would be a weakness. But of course, black is not forced to, take. Maybe there is, something else here. To play in this position for black.
Maybe if there was no f-pawn, those pawns would probably be much worse for white, but I guess because of the pawn break on f4, it's not easy to hold them.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's like there would be like really strong and potential break with d4, but they're also like holding a lot of squares so that king cannot really get out, so that's kind of important. And knight c5, basically checking and forking at the same time. King c2 is the only move to protect the pawn, and now maybe, okay, I don't know, e4. No, e4 shouldn't be a move because then it would weaken so much. So maybe now takes, but I don't know. Now this is again weak. Now we return, to our isolated pawn, but it's already an endgame and it can be also a passer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have to be really, careful, and you have to be 100% sure that, you can try to win that pawn to name it a weakness, but it's not easy at all. And okay, actually, wait, trading the knights. Ah, okay, the problem was that there would be potentially this f5 push, so that's why black didn't take, so... Now the main point for black is to block everything so that there are no breaks, nothing, and just solid draw. And for white, there should be some kind of way to try to, you know, to push with those pawns to win this pawn, which is very, very difficult. And now knight c5. Now if knight takes, and the pawn takes, and then pawn goes to c4. There is f5. You should consider that, but I don't know if it works. Now knight d4, I guess, protecting. And f5 is possible, but should be probably easily protected by black. Yeah, king is blocking everything. That's a problem.
Yeah, and that pawn on d5 is kind of problematic. And, you know, the knight on c5 doesn't really allow white's king into the fourth rank here easily.
I was thinking to play something like h5, you know, not f5, but h5, so that if pawn takes, then try to win this and just push here, so... What was this? Knight d6. Maybe he
I'm a
wants
little bit scared of white's queenside position with that isolated pawn too in the middle. It seems like there could be a potential pass pawn if that knight is moved on the queen side, but then that, you know, d pawn in the center is also a pass pawn. So maybe you can create what is it called? That trousers. Is it called trousers? Technically?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but the question is who is going to create? What is happening here? Knight h7. The pawn is ready to march to g8. What is happening on this board? This pawn is ready to march. Oh,
it's moving very quickly.
This pawn, what is happening? Okay, actually now, wait a second. If king manages somehow to take those pawns, if king is taking...
Okay.
Wait. Okay, no, probably it's a draw. Probably it should be a draw. But...
Well, Bach does have 6 seconds on the clock versus 22 seconds. Very low on time here.
Okay, maybe there is still some kind of try, but no, it looks...
Yeah. There's an opportunity for a blunder. So,
always. But, always. No, it looks like a draw.
Yeah, it's looking like a draw.
Okay. Managed to draw this endgame. Elaynah Aronian drawing the endgame is winning the match against Benjamin Block. What exciting games were there, and huge opportunities actually for Benjamin to beat Elaynah Aronian, right?
Right. But great game.
Great game. Very complicated endgame, absolutely. All right, we have actually all games finished for today, and probably we should look at the standings. What is happening currently in the division? First we will look at Division 2, and then we go to Division 3. So here we can see the winner brackets of the Division 2. Vincent Keimer is going to play against Elaynah Aronian. We just seen the match that Benjamin Block was trying to win against Levon. He was successful in the first game, but unfortunately. And it means that Levon is going to play tomorrow in the grand final against Vincent Keimer, one more time challenging him. Because remember, Elaynah, they played today actually. They played and Vincent managed to win pretty confidently with 2.5 points.
Oh yeah, he did great.
Here earlier. We have the result. Here was the final. Vincent Keimer, first they played a draw, and then with the 2 wins, he after another, he won. So yeah, probably Vincent should be a huge favorite in that match for tomorrow. What do you think?
I agree with you on that. Yeah, no, uh, the luck isn't his. Well, I don't know if you would put it like that, but I guess you would say luck or whatever. It's in his favor.
Yeah, and here we have, this loser brackets we're following at the very end, final of the loser brackets. Grishuk managed to win against Bortnik, and that's actually, we had already before, repeating boss divisions in the final of the winner brackets was Sarana facing Grishuk and winning him actually 3-0. And tomorrow, Grishuk will say hello to Sarana one more time and say, "Okay, let's play one more match, and see if you are really, should be the winner of the tournament." So, I mean, of this third division. So that's what's going to happen tomorrow in the grand final.
Yeah. Also, I meant to say the odds are in his favor, and my brain blanked out for a second. It's been such a long day for
Oh
us.
yeah, indeed, it has been such a long
Yeah.
day, and
So,
we have been here for like 4 days together,
mm-hmm.
commentating, covering this. How did you
Mm-hmm.
enjoy this time?
Oh, I enjoyed it a lot, and it was, well, I mean, I think really my first time for real commentating. Well, I've done it once before, so it was a good experience, and it was also great commentating with you. And I also, of course, feel like I've learned a lot. We went through a lot of, chess concepts and ideas, and, even opening theory, so it's definitely been interesting.
Maybe useful also for your chess.
Oh yeah, very useful. I'll definitely apply what I've learned to my chess. And
Okay.
plus watching these games too and the way that, these amazing players, play and the moves they make. There's a lot to learn.
Of course, it was a huge opportunity, I think, for both of us to, be here to talk to the people from all over the world, showing them the games. Even though we're not like the top grandmaster who are commentating there on the main channel, but I think just it was a really cozy and chill commentary together,
Hmm.
trying to make it instructive in a way, trying to make it useful for everyone, and
Yeah, exactly. Because there are a lot of players in chess who aren't, you know, uh,
who
they're
aren't
not experts.
grandmasters.
Exactly. So I'm sure they're curious about what's going on in the games, more in depth. So it was nice to be able to really discuss those games and go in depth and explain the simple concepts.
Yeah, I'm really, really great. It was happening. Like, it was really great. So thank you, Elaynah, for joining me. It was really nice to
You
have
as well,
you.
thank you. It was
I,
great.
and thanks to the viewers, to everyone who has been following, watching every day, especially. It was really nice to have so many positive comments and support during the commentary and questions and everything.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe this is a good time to ask the crowd and see if they have any questions.
Yeah, if you probably have some questions to ask or to us about the tournament or us separately or together, the question, and we could stay for a few more minutes answering them. Okay, there is some question to me which I just missed. Okay, now question to Angelika: what percentage of work to reaching Grandmaster is endgame work in my opinion? Okay, that's an interesting question because
That's
I'm
a
not a
hard
Grandmaster.
question.
I'm not a grand. If I wasn't a grandmaster, maybe I could tell you. But I mean,
Any grandmasters in chat, maybe they'll tell you.
for sure. Okay, so about this question of the end game. First of all, in order to reach to an end game, you have to play very good opening. You have to play a good middle game. So of course, end games are important. To at the end, for example, if you have a rook and the king, you have to know how to checkmate with a rook and the king. And obviously, if you have rook and the pawn against the rook, you have to know how to manage to draw against that, or how to win in that end game. Endgames are very important, of course, but there is like this huge stage of the game. So many games have been finished much earlier than the end game. You just blunder something just because of the tactics. So I think like the tactics, the strategy tactics is super important, because if you even don't really know endgames, but you're good in the tactics, and you try to, build good plans using the strategy, I think you might be also good in the end game. So just focus on the first part of the game first, and asking about the end games, it's already I think it's
It's funny because
later.
I started off with Endgame for the most part. I think that helped me a lot personally.
There was a
But yeah,
question if you
there's
can checkmate with two bishops. Elaynah, can you checkmate with two bishops?
I've never tried. The opportunity has never come up. Can you?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Like it's basically like with the rooks, but diagonally. So it's like the other
Oh, there you
question.
go.
Your other question is like if you can checkmate with a bishop and the knight. Can you?
I do believe you can check me with the bishop and the knight and the king, right? You need all
Yes.
three pieces, or yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that you can, but it's one of the most difficult
No, I
checkmates,
mean
right?
like if you can do it. Like
If
that
I
that was
can
a
do it,
question to
oh,
us.
I have better things to learn than how to checkmate with the bishop and a knight, unless there's some other benefit of learning it. Maybe to learn the pieces better, it might make sense. But for the checkmate alone, I'm like, dude, I've been playing for 16 months. I have like a million other things to learn. There's no point in focusing on the check or the knight and bishop checkmate at the
Yeah,
moment.
that's exactly, what I was talking right now before. Like, in order to get that endgame, like, I have seen like players trying to, in order to checkmate with the bishop and the knight. Okay, I know how to checkmate with I would checkmate if I have position right now. I would checkmate easily with the bishop, and I know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But in the real
Mm-hmm.
game, I have never, also tried to, I didn't have this position, but I had it once when I was 12 years old, when I had no idea about it. I was first time having at the board bishop and the knight with the king against the king. And I'm looking at this and I have no idea what to do. And I have no idea if it's winning, if it's just a draw. And it was very funny because at that moment I came to the arbiter and I said, it's a draw, right? Like, just claim the draw. Like, and he was coming to me. I'm not allowed to say anything here. Like, it's very funny.
Oh man, that's funny. But yeah, as somebody mentioned in chat, it does teach you piece coordination of the bishop and the knight, so probably worth learning for that reason. But just for the checkmate alone, I think it's very rare, so I don't know if I would invest that time into it.
There's a question about Armageddon. If you're in Armageddon situation, how much time would you beat on a close match? I don't even know. Like, would you prefer playing white or black in the Armageddon match?
Um, well, that depends, really, but I
If you
don't
play
know,
Vincent Keimer.
honestly. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's a rough one. Oh man, no, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys about that one. How about you?
It's also very much depends on the player like you're playing. If you know that, have been having not so many draws, you should rather take white, I would say. Just beating 10 minutes, like Bortnik does constantly 10 minutes, 10 minutes, and then just going for a win with white. But if there are many draws or around equal opponent, you can also have this opportunity to have this draw odds with black. So yeah. Um, okay, what are also the questions? Do you think endgame work makes middle game decision easier? Okay, actually, it's a nice question, because obviously, if you know a lot about the end games, you can also understand what are your goals for the middle game, and if you want to trade some pieces, to which end games do you would you rather go? Like, for example, if you have like if you're up a pawn and you have potential to win position, you don't trade all the pieces till you have like opposite colored bishops, right? Because it's almost likely going to be a draw. So of course, this the decisions in the middle game are based on many times also in which endgame you would like to have later. I think it's actually a very important point, right? So yeah, don't want to go to the losing pawn endgame or something like this, like Levon Aronan actually did in the previous game.
Yeah, that was. I wonder what he was thinking in that game, but that was
Mm,
interesting.
okay, I don't know. There are so many comments I just somehow cannot even read all of them, but I don't know if you see any questions you can also answer. Someone wanted to visit Germany to play chess. Is there a big annual open tournament you would recommend? Tom was asking. Okay, probably question is to me because I live in Germany. So actually, it's a perfect timing of this question because there is going to be this. Remember, if you remember, I told you like the Keimer won this Grenke Open tournament, and that was like Grenke Classic. This was one of the largest chess tournaments in Europe with almost 2,000 players participating. It was so huge, and unfortunately, due to COVID, it stopped. So that's why there was no tournament in 2020, in 2021, 22, 23. And now in 2024, actually, at the end of the March, it's going to happen. And it's going to happen here in the city where I live, in Karlsruhe. So everyone is welcome to...
Are you joining?
I,
You probably are,
I don't know
right?
if I will play or work. So I would like to... of course, like if I cannot work, then I will play, or I don't know, vice versa. So that would be really great because there's going to be like Grenke Classic. So at the same, they're going to be like Magnus Carlsen, Dean Liren, Vincent Keimer, Maxima Shelagraf. Who else? I don't remember. Two more players are going to play there. I already forgot the names, but they're going to play like on the stage, and all the other players are going to play the open tournament. So it's really huge chance, for you to play in the same hall with the Magnus. It's like huge, right? And Dean Liren, of course,
Wow.
he's world champion currently.
Yeah, no, that would be amazing.
So everyone come to Karlsruhe at the end of March. It's going to be, so it's called Grenke Open or Grenke Classic. You can check it in the internet. There are already
All
actually
right.
400 or 500 registrations. It has been opened just a few days ago, the registration, and it's already so.
Yeah, let me fly to Europe real quick.
You can stay here if you want. So,
All right.
but okay, like the tickets are much more expensive than all of this. It's like,
Yeah, how like I haven't checked, but how long does it take to fly to Germany from New York or from the East Coast? Anybody know? Just anybody from the top of their head, just know how long it takes.
maybe it's like 8 hours, no? Something
If
like
it's
this.
8, that's to California. That's not bad. I looked at flights to Australia and it's like 48-hour flights from here. Just like, yeah, I don't think I want to fly for 48 hours.
Yeah,
9-ish,
exactly.
that's not bad at all. Are you serious? Fly to Europe like every weekend is not that bad if it's only 8, 9 hours. So,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it's like, imagine just coming for like a tournament for 5 days and like spending 2 days in the road.
mm.
There is also some
A local
question.
flight within Germany. Oh, okay, never mind. I take back what I said. But anyways, go on. What were you
There is a
saying?
question. What is your favorite piece?
Yeah, I
Chess.
think we discussed one earlier, and I said that I like the solo knight, but I like the bishop pairs.
Mm-hmm.
How about you?
Oh, it's hard to say. Like, I love all of them together.
True.
My love is huge. I can share it with the pieces. But no, I mean, like, okay, horsey is a nice piece. I would pick horsey as to jump,
Mhm.
jump, jump. There's a question. How about learning middle game pawn structures and pawn breaks? How would you do it, and how important is it? Uh, okay, the pawn structures are very important because there are typical pawn structures which are similar to different openings, so it doesn't matter. Like sometimes few openings have the same pawn structure, or like Carlsbad can happen from Queen's Gambit, or it can happen from Caro-Kann, and then you have to know, the plans. What do you do with the pawn structure like this or like this? It's
Yeah, I started studying chess structures by I forgot the author's name, but his last name is Flores. Just so I can understand the pawn structures a little bit better.
yeah.
But that's the thing with chess, there's always more to learn. There's just doesn't stop. So
There
yeah,
is
but
so
it
much to
is
learn. You're absolutely right,
yeah.
and there are books, there are courses, like there are courses on Chessable, for example, on the pawn structure. There are books you can learn from there. You can learn it with your coach if you have it. So yeah. Um, okay, I don't know. Probably there are just already, I don't know, there were just comments. There were no really
Okay. We
questions,
can
I
wrap
think.
up then.
Okay, there is like a question, what piece should be on Valentine's Day necklace for a chess girl? Uh, wait. Where was mine actually? I had here somewhere. I was wearing it couple of. Here, found. Okay, I just have so many. I have the crown, which is like a queen probably, which I was wearing a couple of days ago on the commentary. So that I would have a queen. And what you do you have?
Repeat the question. I
So
read a
so there
comment, I
was a
got lost in
question
it.
that which piece should girlfriend have on the or girl has I don't remember exactly. So which piece on the
Oh.
necklace should be
Oh, on the necklace.
on Valentine's Day?
Valentine's Day. I mean, I feel like queen is the obvious answer, but if you want to be a rebel, just like a king, maybe. Why not?
Okay, that's good one. All right. Okay, there is a question. When will both of you stream together again?
Yeah, we have to figure that out, right? We
Yeah,
are
this
in
is
different time structures. Our time structure. Oh my gosh, the chest is getting to me. Time. What is it? We're in different time zones, so
yeah, with
yeah, yeah. But we definitely can sometime. Maybe we can do like an informative lesson or something. Something fun.
yeah, for
No, this
sure we
doesn't
can
be
do it.
serious. Yeah.
Yeah, because we have been so serious this few days. We should have some
Yeah.
fun. Maybe
No,
some
for real
odds
though.
match.
But yeah, no, my bangs don't disturb my eyebrows. Somebody asked. No, my they're getting long, but like I what is it called? Like the blowout look for the eyebrows, or not the eyebrows, the hair, the bangs, and then they just kind of sit like that. But right now they're getting a little long, so I have to cut them and fix them. But no, they don't bug me. I'm good.
There was a question to me, how often do I check Instagram? Because many people are trying to reach me there, but it's very, very hard. Yeah, that's that's very tough to. I don't know, very, very rarely. I'm just posting a story that okay, we are live commentating, and I'm not checking who's writing. Okay. But yeah, definitely. I mean, since now we finally know each other because we had no idea about each other. We streamed at different times. We never rate each other. We didn't
Mhm.
know about existence of each other because.
Yeah, basically. Yeah,
But
it's sometimes hard because the time zones, once again, like you don't catch streamers sometimes at all.
yeah, exactly. So that's why is yeah. So that's why we are actually maybe we'll try to find some time which prefers like us both that
Hmm.
and
Yeah, definitely. You're not, because it was 11 a.m. for me when we started and 5 p.m. for you, so it's not too bad.
yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
All right. Okay, so we have 1 second. Just I am just refreshing here and checking everything that we're all good because I just got some. Mm, wait a second. Uh, okay, I was just scared that we missed something at some moment because there were some comments from the arbiters about some game, and I was like, maybe we missed something, and there is one
Oh
more game
no.
ongoing, but no, I don't see anything. I was a little bit scared. I was like, okay, what? Wait, Division 2, yeah, right. So we had already everything. We had there shouldn't be anything else.
Division 4. Yeah, there was a Division 4 the whole time. We just missed it.
Yeah. Okay, no, 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 no. It was just a confirmation that tomorrow that tomorrow Vincent will play with white pieces against Levon Aronian. It's just about tomorrow, and I was like, okay, Vincent start with white pieces. I was like, okay. um. Okay. There is like okay. That's now I understand why they were writing this. Okay, the point is, okay. Now I understand why they were writing, because before I couldn't understand why they're writing that Winston starts with white. I was like shocked that the game is going on, but the point is that, since wait. So basically, it depends who is going to play white or black in the next game regarding the rating. So tomorrow, even though Grishuk comes up to the, from the loser bracket to Sarana, he's going to start white because Grishuk is higher seeded, he's higher rated. And basically, Vincent starts with white, and because he's higher rated than Levon, maybe that's the solution. Okay. So yeah. That's kind of it. I was just a little bit shocked that maybe we missed some game. I was like, should have been over. Okay.
Yeah, and before we go, we can maybe talk about, well, the date for our event too, or once again the dates
Yeah, exactly.
for the
So
next few events, since we're reaching an end for this one soon.
For sure. So here already knowing a lot about the tour format, but here is actually the schedule. You can share what is the schedule for the Champions Chess Tour for the next event.
Yeah, so of course we just had the first event, which was on the 31st, and it's running until the 7th. The next event will be in a few months on May the 8th until the 15th. And then of course July, September, and then the finals will be on December. So at the end of this year, where they will obviously announce, well, who the champion is, or we will see who the champion is.
Yeah, for sure. So maybe we'll be here again in May together. Who knows that, right?
Right. Possibly. We'll be more ready than ever, right?
Official commentators for the ChessCon community.
Fingers crossed.
All right. Yeah, so it was really a nice time being with everyone here, commentating with Elaynah, meeting so many people, and thanks to the viewers for all of the support.
Yes, thank you so much. It was great. Had a fun time, and I'm ready to go get some rest now.
Yeah, exactly. So you're getting rest, and to everyone who would like to keep a little bit chill party.
We have the radio right now before I go.
If you would like to, have some small party on my channel, you're welcome. So you can come. I will just go live in a few minutes after we finish the stream, so you can stay there and maybe some karaoke party. Yesterday we had some karaoke party actually because it was enough
fun.
with chess.
I think somebody mentioned you were singing well. So
trying.
That's what that was about. All right. Take care, everybody.
Not chess moves singing, but a real one. Okay, so thanks everybody, and we'll see you in a few minutes on my channel, and hopefully together with Elaynah for another commentary in May or earlier, who knows. Or for some, not only commentary, maybe we'll do some collaboration together.
Absolutely.
Okay, goodbye to everyone. Bye.
All right, goodbye.